Hello and welcome everyone. You're watching Match 20. This is the final clash of the group stage in the ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup. I'm Abraham Hussain. I'm coming to you live from STC as Nepal Under 16 take on Bhutan in what promises to be an exciting contest. Nepal already through to the semi-finals along with Singapore from Group A, and Nepal definitely have been in absolutely dominating form. They've been undefeated so far and they're sitting comfortably right at the top of the table. Bhutan, meanwhile, are yet to register a win in the tournament and are placed at the very bottom of Group A. Just to give you some insight from Group B, the hosts, Malaysia, have made it through to the knockouts alongside Hong Kong, China. And among the individual performers, we have Ahan Utandam from Singapore Under 16. In his 4 innings, he has already scored 225 runs, and that took him to the top of the table, scored a magnificent century. And just behind him is Nepal's Prashidha Jaisi, and he's really breathing down his neck with 220, just 5 runs behind. And in the bowling department, we have Sokor from Myanmar, who's been highly impressive, and he tops the wicket tally with 12. But Bipin from Nepal is just behind with 11 wickets and will surely have his eyes set on overtaking him. And with that, let's have a look at the toss. And after that, we'll come back shortly.
Hits. Hits. Nepal won the toss.
We'll bat first.
Nepal won the toss and bat first.
From the center is that Nepal have won the toss and they have decided to bat first. And we'll hold off on that for a moment, and we'll have to definitely talk about the beauty of STC. It's a bit humid out there with a slight breeze across the ground and some early cloud cover, but overall good conditions for cricket. And with a relatively dry surface, the ball is likely to come on very nicely to the bat, and that is why Nepal's decision to bat first looks like a solid call. You can see that there's the two lineup playing today, and Nepal looks solid with their outing. They've not made many changes here, and especially considering the strong top order and the form in the tournament, it was quite an easy decision for them to decide to have a bat first. They'll be hoping to put down a big total and let their bowlers do the rest. So we have to wait out and see as the tension builds up in this pitch. It's Nepal versus Bhutan in the final group game, and we're almost underway here. Bhutan, on the other hand, have shown signs of resilience out there. They've played their part. Sometimes they've found themselves in a little bit of trouble, but otherwise they have also shown like a team who can really put on a show out there. The previous outing against Singapore was quite disappointing. They lost by 226 runs, but to score their 48, they were out there on the pitch for 31 overs. And the other day as well, against Indonesia, they batted their full 50 overs. That really shows that Bhutan has been playing with a lot of resilience. And on the other hand, Nepal has been the best batting side, if you ask me. And they've really put on a show out there whenever they came out to bat. The running between the wicket and the understanding between each of these batters were really exemplary. They were really trying to take the doubles whenever the opportunity was there. So that's one thing when it comes to Nepal. They've also picked up boundaries at regular intervals, and they've also hit quite a few maximums. With that, definitely we can say that Nepal find themselves comfortably at the top of the table in Group A, and with a match to spare, they have already qualified, like I mentioned before. And Bhutan, on the other hand, will definitely want to pick up a victory here. With that, we're waiting for the first ball of this innings, and let's see how Nepal goes about it. But we can definitely tell ourselves that we're in for a show with the bat here. Tentative start by the left-hand seamer. Starts off with a wide. And so with that, the match is underway here at STC. And we'll have to see how they go on from here. They've been gifted with a wide first up. and Parimarjan is the batter on strike. Hint of movement there. This time pitching just outside the off stump, and Parimarjan tried to go for that drive, but not really getting to the full pitch of the ball. As you can see him shadow exactly what he attempted. But definitely Sanjay Dorji will be trying to bring the ball back into the right-hander and in the process try and pick up a wicket. Once again, deviating slightly down the leg side. So the left-arm pacer is steaming in, and Parimarjan, who's looked composed throughout the tournament, will be aiming to give Nepal a solid start. He's very aggressive right up top, and Bhutan, on the other hand, are really trying to look for an early breakthrough. That's nicely bowled, fuller delivery, but that's well played as well. Flicked away onto the leg side, and once again, the evidence of that magnificent running between the wicket is already underway. That was played straight to the fielder at the backward square leg, and Parimarjan managed a couple of runs quite easily. Once again to the new batter, deviating down the leg side, and umpire comfortably signals that one as a wide. So out there with Parimarjan Yadav is Prasiddha Jaisi, the second highest scorer in the tournament, just shy of 5 runs, and will be in that leaderboard as the top scorer. He's batted magnificently throughout this tournament, and he's well supported, Parimarjan. Oh, look what has happened. In swinging delivery to the very top scorer of the tournament and picks up the wicket right up there. Bhutan, what a start, Sanjay Dorji. Just have a look at that one. Highly unanticipated start from Nepal. He really went after that without having much a look at it. And look at that, the left arm seamer, beautiful in swinger, and cleans him up. What a start this is for Bhutan. Highly unexpected from someone like Prasiddha Jaisi. And we're still waiting for a bit of confirmation if he's the man. But nevertheless, that shot was quite forced. The ball was not quite there. He wanted to heave that towards the leg side, and sometimes with a new ball, that is not something you want to see. A good ball needs to be respected, and Bhutan is definitely underway. What a start this is for Sanjay Dorji. Nepal, after winning the toss, had no hesitation to go out there and have a bat first, but already the first wicket has fallen. Yes, signs of control definitely from Sanjay Dorji. Once again, trying to just attack that off stump and not giving any kind of room to the right hand batter. And Sanjay Dorji has one more delivery remaining. He's bowled very well, and this is definitely the start that Bhutan wanted. With just 5 deliveries in, they already find themselves with a wicket. Beautiful delivery once again. This has been a solid start from Bhutan after losing the toss. They have been put to bowl out there, but they have capitalized so far with a new ball. 2 deliveries deviating down the leg side, which gave them 2 extras. Otherwise, it has been difficult going for Nepal in the first over. We know that this is a very deep batting lineup and they can definitely make a comeback, but it will definitely not be too easy. And from the other end, we've seen this picture before. It's BR Orthodox mystery spin to continue. Not really surprised by how Bhutan has decided to go about their innings. They have really played this tournament with a lot of resilience and they've shown signs of strong character. They're also a team that is playing well. So we have gotten confirmation. It was Parimarjan Yadav was the man who's picked up by Sanjay Dorji. So Prashid Jesse is still out there and he's the man eyeing to be top of that leaderboard. Right now he's only 5 behind. And the new batter who's joined him is the wicketkeeper of Nepal. It's Shivans. And right now we're seeing the common picture. The left-hand seamer for Bhutan to start and Kinley, the mystery spinner, to continue from the other end. Prasiddha Jesse will have his work cut off here. His partner has already walked back to the pavilion. Now he wants to pick on these bowlers and eventually put on a big total. A lot will rely on them, on this partnership, and they definitely want to get a move on and just bat through the power play. Not afraid to flag the ball on that occasion. Played away with a lot of comfort down the ground. Another single. Kinley throughout this tournament hasn't really picked up many wickets, but he's tried to just control the scoring rate from one end. And that was played straight to the fielder. Once again, excellent running between the wickets. Kinley so far has tried to contain the batters and he's been happy doing so. He's picked up wickets on occasions, but otherwise he's really focused on not allowing the opening batters of each of the teams he's played against to really open their accounts and play quite comfortably. And an appeal there. Big appeal. And umpire signals that it has just hit the pad of the batter. But excellent delivery once again, especially against someone like Prasiddha Jesse, who's been very good with the bat out there. It's almost looked like picking a wicket. So Bhutan, the underdogs, if I can say that, has definitely started off brilliantly. So far, they've looked like the team in full control, and looks like Nepal is the team under pressure. Should have stopped that one, but with that, another single. So that's one thing they want to keep in mind, that Nepal is quite formidable when it comes to running between the wickets, and they'll really just try to pick on any opportunity that there is for taking a single, or sometimes they even convert 1 to 2. So the fielding needs to be right up there in terms of consistency. And so far, it's 7 with the loss of 1 after the completion of 2 overs. And both these bowlers with the new ball have done a good job for Bhutan. And this time a thickish outside edge that flies off over the slip cordon, and umpire signals a boundary. So a tentative start from Nepal. Once again, the fast bowler would have thought that he could have picked up a wicket out there. Sanjay Dorji caught that outside edge once again. So end of 2 overs, there were 7 with the loss of 1. And both the fast bowler and the spinner has done a tidy job first up. So far, we've seen some good bowling. And Prashita Jaisi has picked up a boundary, but not in the most convincing of fashion. This is nicely played and well stopped. This is what is required. They need to keep one batter on strike when a plan is working for them. Almost picked up the outside edge and was going towards that wideish slip or gully, if I can say that. The plan is definitely working. It's just about being out there with consistency. Sanjay is back to bowl his fourth. So far, he's definitely set the tone quite brilliantly. Wideish delivery this time. The keeper is expected to stop that. Sanjay has started brilliantly with the new ball and he's already picked up a wicket and he's removed one of the openers. And Bhutan, with the early breakthrough, is desperately searching for another one. That's the impression we're getting from here. Inlay also followed up with a very good second over and he did not concede many. So the pressure is really starting to build on Nepal. Once again, not in full control with that one. Prashita Jaisi so far has looked a bit tentative, and this is the moment where Bhutan must capitalize really if they want to pick up a few more. Bhutan has been disciplined, and on occasion they have been asking the right questions and really attacking. This is what you wanted after when they were asked to bowl first. That's well played and excellent stop in the field as well. So Prashidha Jaisi is really watching the ball late as the ball arrives onto him, and Sanjay finishes another one. After the completion of 3 overs, it's 11 with the loss of 1. I'd be quite interested to see at least a slip in there because so far Nepal has really found it a bit difficult compared to their other innings to get going. And that is well played. Just goes rightly behind that one and defends it comfortably. 3 overs were gone before this delivery, and Nepal are 11 for 1. And Inlay continues from the other end. Once again, he started off with signs of control. He's mixing his pace and he's keeping the batters guessing. That's nicely played on the leg side. There's a fielder in the deep, so it will only be a single. Inlay so far has not really given away anything. Nepal, after that early blow from Sanjay, have just looked to steady the ship. So far, they haven't taken any kind of risk, but Bhutan will be the happiest side at this stage and will just want to pick up another wicket and keep the momentum with them from here on. It's a very long batting lineup for Nepal. They bat very deep. So the sooner they pick up a few wickets, the more relaxed they'll be of the two sides. Inlay really goes quite quickly with his bowling. Doesn't take too long to finish his overs. 2 more deliveries remaining. So far, he's given away 5 runs. And he's yet to pick up a wicket. But interestingly, there's still no signs of attacking field. We're not seeing a slip fielder here. That's the first real loosener. That was down the leg side. And they have taken a couple quite comfortably. Needs to maintain the right line and length. He doesn't want to offer anything that is too comfortable for these two batters out there, because so far the runs haven't come as fluently as they would have wanted. This time he's not afraid to fly that one, and it will be a single to finish off the fourth over. It's 16 with a loss of 1, and Shivansh and Prashid are still out there. Inlay's second goes for slight bit of runs, and he's completed his 2 overs, given away 8 runs, but he hasn't picked up a wicket. And now it looks like the two batters are starting to look a little bit more comfortable out there. We have Sanjay to continue, and Shivansh is on strike. That's a good delivery, trying to attack the stump, but they should be attacking a bit more, if you ask me, because so far the pressure was on from Bhutan at the start of this innings, and looks like there is definitely starting to look like there's a shift in the momentum. And when it comes to Nepal cricket, you can't really stay without talking about mentioning the incredible passion of their fans. Cricket isn't just a sports there, it's really a way of life. Whether it's a packed stadium in Kathmandu or kids playing in the hills without their proper infrastructure and proper gear, the love for the game really runs deep. And it's not just at the senior level, even at the under 16, we see the energy and the pride that is quite commendable. There's wear the jersey with a lot of promise, and every run, every wicket is celebrated. And you definitely see, oh, just when I say that, once again a similar sort of delivery. This time it's Prasidh Jesse who has to walk back to the pavilion, and he's outdone by another splendid delivery from Sanjay Dorji. Absolutely brilliant. And bowled him. What a delivery. He was the man in form, and he's been cleaned up by Sanjay here. And what a moment this is. The left arm seamer strikes again, and this is definitely a massive moment as well as a massive wicket for Bhutan. Prashida was looking to settle in, but Sanjay just gets in that one to skid through and crashes into the stump. And with that, not just Nepal's but the tournament's top scorer is gone, and Bhutan will be absolutely delighted. 2 wickets now already for Sanjay, and Nepal definitely in a spot of bother early on with 17 with a loss of 2. Definitely with that dismissal, there will be surely a wave of disappointment through Nepal's passionate cricket fans. They follow every ball, they see every innings with unmatchable intensity, and Prashita Jesse has definitely been a real favourite. Once again down the leg side, so he's definitely trying to bring that ball into the right-hander, and on occasions he's deviated down the leg side a bit too often. But so far, absolutely a brilliant start from Sanjay Dorji. Nepal fans will be disappointed to see that the favourite so far has walked back to the pavilion. He's really done a good performance in this tournament, and so far he's been taken off by a very good delivery. But there's still one thing that the Nepal culture has taught us, that is, the support never fades. Whether it's a collapse or a comeback, the fans always stay right behind them. They're very loud, loyal, and they're absolutely full of belief. So now gives us an idea that these two batters out there will be trying to rebuild. Ronak Srivastav has joined his partner Shivansh, and Sanjay Dorji is in between. An absolutely beautiful spell of fast bowling here. Once again, attacking the stump. This time the batter adjusts nicely, just waits for the ball to come to him and just deflects it on the leg side for another comfortable single. So far, once again, we've seen traces of very good running between the wickets between the batters of Nepal. And we have one more delivery remaining in this over from Sanjay. And so far, he's looked very threatening out there with the new ball. Still no conventional slip, and that's been a little bit of a surprise. Just lost his rhythm when coming to bowl, so just to walk back and start off again. One more delivery remaining in this over. Sanjay Dorji has been absolutely sensational. Once again, almost making the batter mistake. And so far, he's given away just 13 runs in his 3 overs, picked up 2 wickets. After the completion of 5 overs, it's 21 with the loss of 2. And this has been an absolutely sensational spell of fast bowling from Sanjay. The left-hand seamer has been absolutely gorgeous with the new ball in hand. It's not quite express pace, but it's the control and the seam position that's really giving him the advantage. He's bringing the ball nicely into the right-hander, and occasionally the batters have been at fault in not picking the way the ball is behaving. So the natural angle into the right-hander is really what has done the damage. And with 2 wickets already, it's not just wickets in general in the wickets column. It's how they have come. And an attempt there to just pick on Kinley here goes over the top of the infield, and signs of real intent out there. Ronak Srivastav is just watch his partner just take that one over the top of the infield, and I think that will give him an idea how to just shift the momentum. So good shot. That's really one way to go after. That's well bowled. A good comeback from Kinley. Nepal were finding themselves right at the back foot due to the fall of the wickets of both their openers. But now Ronak Srivastav looks like he's come out there with real intent. He's not afraid to just go after the bowling, and on the process played one in the air. Happy to be still out there safe. But Kinley, on the other hand, will not be too unhappy, because whenever the batter attempts such kind of a shot, if there is not real control, it presents an opportunity for the fielding side to pick up a wicket. Little bit of bounce, and once again, well negotiated by Ronak Srivastav. So in spite of scoring that boundary so far, Kinley has not given away too many looseners in this over. Once again, controlling the scoring rate. Slightly quicker through the air, and plays that one nicely. That will find the gap, and that's a very good shot from Ronak Srivastav. So the second boundary for him in this over, but this time much more conventional cricketing shot. Just rode the bounce quite nicely. I don't think it was too far on the offside, so that's very well picked up by the batter. An expensive over in the context of the game from Kinley, and Ronak Srivastav has started to look good out there. Happy to just defend that one and finish off the 6th. It's 29 with the loss of 2. starts off with a wide, and that's well stopped by the wicketkeeper. So far in this over, we've seen the fast bowler Sanjay Dorji just trying to be outside the off stump and angling the ball away from the right-hander. Before these two deliveries, 6 overs gone, Nepal were beginning to fight back. 29 and now 30 with the loss of 2 after those two early blows. Ronak and Shivansh have launched a mini counter attack. Ronak's looked very positive from the start. He's already hit a couple of boundaries and he's showing intent with crisp stroke play, while Shivansh has also looked good, and now he will pick up a boundary as well, so he's joined the party as well. So far he was busy rotating the strike, and now once the opportunity arrived, he's played that quite nicely. Look how well he does to reach the pitch of the ball, and eventually plays a beautiful looking square drive. We keep talking about it that Nepal have batted with real intent so far in this tournament, and all the batters look like they have built onto that proper technique. They're still very young. We're at the under 16 level, but they have shown us signs of promise. They've looked a class apart when it comes to batting in this tournament. Once again, we see that Sanjay Dorji is bowling away with that wide, but I think he should be really attacking the stump, or perhaps he's trying to mix it up slightly. So far, he's been away from the stump. Maybe he's preparing the batter to just stay out of focus and then just pitch one in with his in-swinger. Sanjay so far has bowled 3.2 overs, given away 19 runs and 2 wickets. So he's been a standout so far. He's set the tone with those 2 vital wickets right at the top. On the other hand, Kinley has kept things tight with his mystery spin. Once again, that one deviating on the offside a little bit too much. Batter just happy to let that one go. This partnership is starting to grow as we speak. Nepal look like they have steadied the ship for now, and Bhutan definitely want to break this stand quickly before it builds any kind of momentum. So far, this partnership has already gotten Nepal 18 of just 11 deliveries. Ronak Srivastav 10 of 8, and Shivansh is 5 of 3 in this partnership. And nicely played once again. This time is not able to just get the gap, and it will be a dot ball. And once again, this time we saw that hint of inward movement, an excellent display of technique, front foot reaching the pitch of the ball, and then no gap between bat and pad, and that was well defended by Shivansh. He's looked solid out there. Ronak Srivastav is 10 of 8 as well. He's looked the aggressor. So this is turning out to be a very good partnership for Nepal, exactly what they wanted. And after that brilliant display with the new ball, so far Nepal have settled in quite nicely. This time attacking the stump, finishes off with the dot ball. 4 overs completed by Sanjay Dorji. After the completion of 7 overs, it's 35 with the loss of 2 wickets for Nepal. and we'll have Kinley to continue things for Bhutan. The only thing I am concerned about is the fact that with the momentum on their side, Bhutan really did not attack these two Nepal batters out there. We did not see any slip right from the start, and up until now, it's been that way. So that's the only thing that has surprised me. Kinley hasn't been the bowler with a lot of turn. He has only attacked the stumps on multiple occasions and so far waited on the batter to just play a fourth shot. So far, Nepal has not done any of that. They have watched him off quite brilliantly. He's not getting much of turn. On occasions, we've seen those leg spinners from him, but today he's bowled stumps to stump and not given away much width. And as the action continues, it's also a great moment to appreciate the fantastic job done by the host Malaysia, from smooth logistics to quality facilities at the venue, like here at the STC and UKM Oval. They have ensured a top-class environment for these young cricketers to shine. Deviating down the leg side slightly, picked up nicely by the batter. And definitely full credit as well to Asian Cricket Council for putting together this platform. The ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup is more than just a tournament. It's definitely been a breeding ground for the future stars of Asian cricket. The organization, the composer, and the competitive structure all go a long way in shaping this next generation. Fuller delivery this time, no chance for the fielder. Chases on, but that should race away. Yes, it does. So off to a flying start here is Shivansh. He's looked very good out there. He was watchful at the start, but now he's really picked it up. Looks like it was Ronak, and he's definitely been the aggressor. He's not allowed any of those freebies to go unnoticed. Picked up on anything that is loose, and he's definitely looked quite strong against the fuller deliveries. Flighted this time once again, trying to smash that one away, but that one was a dot because it went straight to the fielder. Kinley finishes, and looks like both the Nepal batters have settled in nicely against spin, and that is one thing that will be of advantage to Nepal, because at this ground it's definitely been the spin that has been the way to go. It has never been too easy for batters to play against spin, because once the ball gets older, once the shine is missing, the ball really grips onto the surface, and if the ball is pitched in the right areas, it's been very difficult for batters out there in this tournament. So that's been how it usually goes. But so far against the spin of Kinley, the batters have looked quite comfortable. In this tournament, we have definitely seen some excellent talents, and we've also seen the passion from the teammates. So real character was on display from all the teams, and that's a testament to the efforts behind the scenes. Looks like Sanjay is continuing. He's bowled well, but looks like he's just tapered off that little bit. On the previous over, we saw him just bowl a few on the offside, and so far the ball that has given him those wickets was that in-swinger coming into the right-hander with that angle, and looks like he hasn't been able to do that in the coming overs. That's well adjusted. For a moment he wanted to have a cut at that, but he realized that the ball is a bit too full and adjusted beautifully. This time not in full control, but another dot delivery. Nepal now 42 for 2 in 8.3. The partnership between Ronak and Shivan starting to really flourish. They've weathered the early storm and are now beginning to rotate the strike. They're picking ones and twos quite comfortably. On occasions they have picked up a boundary as well. Ronak remains quite positive in his approach. He's looking to pounce on anything that is full. And once again, trying to play that on the offside. Brilliant understanding between the two batters out there. Once again, plays that one straight to the fielder, but manages to pick up that single quite comfortably. With that, they keep the scoreboard ticking. The stand is now been an absolutely brilliant one. They've already put on about 25 runs. And exactly this is what Nepal needed after the momentum initially was with Bhutan. They've been able to bring that slightly towards them. That was a good mixer, slightly shorter from Sanjay Dorji. There's one more delivery remaining. So far, he's given away 21 runs. His economy right now is 4.5. He's done well. And with that, wanted to go for a Yorker, but it was a low full toss, played away nicely on the leg side. It will be a couple of runs to finish off the 9th over. It's 45 with the loss of 2. I was wondering if there is a time for a change in the bowling, but so far we haven't seen anything like that. Kinley is back into the attack, and he'll go on with his 5th in this innings. The batter waits for that one, Ronak Srivastav. So a good mix-up from Kinley. Fuller delivery, this time trying to play that one on the leg side. Manages to do that quite brilliantly. Picks up another single. Fuller delivery, this time on the leg side, just turning that slight bit away from the right-hander, and that's been given as a wide. So really now the momentum is truly with these two batters. Both Ronak and Shivansh are batting really well out here. Waits onto that one, and there's a misfield. The fielders really need to be at the top of the mark, because it will not be easy against Nepal. As we can see that in spite of that loss of the two openers, they've really come strongly into this game. The batters have combined patience with positive intent in the right proportions here. They've shown good shot selection and have rotated the strike very cleverly. The good thing about this partnership is that both these batters have been able to punish the loose deliveries, and the partnership is building on nicely here. This is really trying to give Nepal a good platform, and we really know how big they can go once they have achieved that. And slightly shorter pitch delivery. He knew that there was no fielder in the deep, and that is well navigated by the batter. Short pitch delivery and nicely pulled away. And that has been the story for Kinley. It was very interesting to see that Bhutan really did not have any kind of slip or attacking fielder from the very start of this innings. Still, we don't have any kind of slip, and the fielder at mid wicket is also deep, so easy singles whenever the ball is pitched on that leg side. Bhutan has clearly looked like they want to cut down the singles and put pressure on Ronak, but so far they have not been able to do that because with the spreaded field, it's been much more easier for Nepal to really rotate the strike, and looks like that's been one thing that hasn't worked for Bhutan yet. So this is the end of the batting power play after the completion of 10 overs. It's 54 with a loss of 2 wickets, but I believe definitely Nepal will be the happier of the two sides. They have really picked up on the scoring in the later half of this innings. At the first part, it was looking a bit difficult for them. We saw a few wickets early on, first at the fall of 4 and the next at 17 runs. So since then, this is turning out to be a very good partnership. This is already 37 runs on the board between them, and they have faced just 33 deliveries in this partnership I'm talking about. So it's been a good work by the two batters out there in the rebuilding phase. And with that, we see the first change in the bowling. So the opening bowler for Bhutan did a good job, but now we have a right-hander coming in to bowl for the first time today. Tenzin Lode is the bowler, right arm seamer, and I believe he'll just try to have to do something different because so far, after that initial phase, they have looked like they're still searching for that delivery. They're looking for that one good one which will just give them that wicket. And this is a good delivery, in swinging Yorker from the right-hander, just closing in on that angle. So Tenzin Lode has already given glimpses that he's trying to do something different out there. The first ball was a good length one, and the next was a Yorker swinging in. Shivansh Badrian, the wicketkeeper, has batted well, 21 of 25, and slightly loose on that occasion, just allowing the ball to go to the wicketkeeper. Umpire perhaps is saying that he should not be running in that danger line, as we say, when it comes to that space between the wickets. Sometimes when you're early on in your career, it's difficult to adjust because the body just rolls on and eventually momentum takes you towards that line. But it's very important because the umpire doesn't have a clear view when the bowler does that, and sometimes the decision can go against them. So it's good that the umpire is really explaining that to the bowler. And with that, another good looking cover drive and easy single taken to bring back Ronak Srivastava on strike. Ronak definitely has looked quite aggressive. He's hit the most boundaries already. He's hit 3 of them, and Shivansh had hit 2. Prashid Jesse got that one boundary of that outside edge. When it comes to aggression, it's been from Ronak Srivastava the most. Now, if Bhutan really want to break this partnership, they need to mix things up smartly. Another good-looking Yorker attempted by the fast bowler. So we've seen some good deliveries from him in this over. And in terms of mixing things up, one option could really bring another fast bowler from the other end, because so far that has looked good for Bhutan. But interestingly, I would definitely be interested to see some change in the field. Perhaps bring in that one slip, maybe a catching mid-wicket and the short cover to just bring in that little bit of pressure, which definitely has been missing from Bhutan. They are not trying to really exert themselves on Nepal here. They're going quite easy with their stamina, seems like. We've seen them play out the full 50 overs on occasions. So they really have the patience, but if they allow Nepal to settle in here, they will be looking at a very big target to chase down. So that's really not something that they would like to be. And here we have a change in the bowling from the other end as well. But right now, Ronak and Shivansh are looking very comfortable out there with a similar fashion that they have been playing with in this tournament. They have rotated the strike nicely and they've picked up the singles on occasions they've got on the boundary as well. And for a change, we have Sonam Wangchuk into the attack. We know that he's a very handy all-rounder for Bhutan. He's done a good job with the bat in hand, and this time he's out there with the ball. Bhutan will be hoping that they can pick up a wicket, and Sonam Wangchuk can be that lucky charm. Really not giving the ball any kind of pace for the batter to work with, and so far he's been happy doing that. Ball has been much slower in the air from him. He's not really flighting it, it's just pitching on good length and he's trying to attack the stump. This time, he's just trying to pick up a gap in the field. Excellent running and not the best of throws, so no real chance for Bhutan to pick up a wicket there. And the wicketkeeper is not really happy with that effort. But once again, Nepal really trying to maneuver the field. They're eyeing the gaps and the placement has been absolutely spot on. This time a flighted delivery and played to long one. Fielder in the deep picks it up and another single. So far, Sonam Wangchuk hasn't really been able to put that pressure on. He's been brought in as a change and the two batters have looked quite comfortable against him. Once again, another drive. So 6 of the 6 deliveries that he has bowled, 12 overs completed. It's 63 with a loss of 2. Chasing continues. A little bit of miscommunication there. The striker wanted that single, the non-striker rightfully deciding against it, so they're still safe. Once again, trying to bring that ball into the right-hander, another dot ball, and the intention is quite visible out here. He's trying to break through the defense of the batter and he's trying to bowl that yorker. This time slightly down the leg side, another easy single taken, and once again, I've personally not been too happy with the fact that Bhutan, with a lot of comfort out there with the new ball, after they picked up those 2 wickets, they haven't really attacked when it comes to field placement. Still don't have a slip, still don't have a short mid wicket, and so far, full credit to Nepal. Definitely, they've played with a lot of comfort. They've found the gaps in the field to absolute perfection, and they're rotating the strike beautifully. With 12 overs down at the STC, sometimes we've seen the teams to really bring spin from both ends, and that hasn't been the case for Bhutan. They're happy continuing with Tesin Lode. Just look good with the ball in hand. It's a good looking action, but so far, once again, we don't see any kind of threat from them. this partnership between Shivansh and Ronak has really grown into something that has become very solid. Right now, the partnership is of 49, so almost a 50-run stand between these two batters. Shivansh has looked particularly composed with 26 of 31, and that's a wide down the leg side. With that, it will be a 50 partnership between these two batters, and this has been a valuable one for Nepal. Ronak is really tickling away along nicely. He's 22, he's 23 of 26. He's looked very aggressive, but so far both these batters have batted with a lot of maturity. They have rotated the strike and capitalized on anything that has been loose. And once again showing the full face of the bat and played that one nicely down the ground for another single. So the technique is right up there when it comes to the batting of Nepal. And right now the momentum is truly with them. Bhutan has introduced the change bowlers. Tezin, the right arm medium pacer, is trying to steady the ships. His 2 overs have gone for 8 runs. He hasn't been able to pick up a wicket yet. And from the other side, we've seen Sonam, the off spinner, who went for 6 in his opening over. And both the bowlers have looked tidy, but they haven't really attacked in any sort of way, and they haven't really given any doubt in the mind of the batters. So definitely these 2 new bowlers will have to find out a way to build pressure and pick up a wicket for Bhutan, because if Bhutan need to be in this game, they really have to break this stand. They need to get creative and perhaps bring someone who can definitely challenge these 2 batters, because right now Nepal have truly settled in and are in full control. Sonam to continue, flighted delivery, and the batter will feel that he has missed out on that one. But they can afford to do that. It's a 50 over contest, so it's a very long game. Waits on to that one and very comfortably plays that down the ground for another single. Short pitch this time and smashes it on the leg side, but good feeling in the deep, and he did not allow that to go for the boundary. We've seen that also attempted by the batters on a couple of occasions, that they're rocking back at the stump and then waiting for the ball to come to them, and occasionally just making that ball slightly shorter for them to really comfortably guiding that on the leg side. So once again, that's something that we have to give full credit to these 2 batters. Nepal right now are definitely cruising with 7-2 on the board. Bhutan have turned to their change bowlers, and so far that has not given any kind of reward either. Sonam, the spinner, really needs to use flight to his advantage here, because so far they have played with a lot of comfort. And look at that excellent running between the 2 batters. Just an overthrow. Keeper should have gotten that, but full use of that mistake from Bhutan. Nepal really capitalized. Sonam has tried his flighted deliveries, but he hasn't managed to pick up a wicket. He could really have tried to toss one up, maybe outside the off stump, and drawing the batter out of his crease. That could really create a stumping opportunity, or maybe a catch even at the cover region. He hasn't either attempted a quicker or a faster delivery, which was targeting the stump, and that could really trap someone like Ronak, because he's looked busy out there. So at this stage, it is not definitely about those magic deliveries, but it's about pressure and patience. And we'll have to see if either of these bowlers are able to bring back themselves into this attack and break this rhythm. Facing the right arm medium pacer could really try to angle it in, which is attempted on a few occasions. but the execution was not there. Maybe if he can draw the batter into a drive with that slight bit of seam movement and those subtle variations, he can eventually make the batter play a false shot. This is good delivery from Lode. But that is what we have to appreciate. Ronak has not just looked aggressive, but on occasions he's also played the balls quite comfortably. He's defended them well as well. Short pitch delivery and cut away beautifully this time from Ronak. Stopped before reaching the boundary, but once again a very good looking shot. And that is nicely get away, just opening the face of the bat at the last moment. And that is a delectable looking boundary for Nepal. And Ronak Srivastava is really showing us that he's multifaceted. And on the other hand, we definitely see Shivans playing those shots with softer hands. So this is turning out to be a very good partnership for Nepal. And with that, Shivans has quickly moved away to 37 runs on the board. If you look at his wagon wheel, really, Shivans has played all over the ground. He's just picked up a boundary, a very good looking one, of the third man region. He's also picked up boundaries at the covers as well as the square leg. And he's rotated the strike beautifully when it comes to playing down the ground. So he really has the shots when it comes to playing a 360 degree. And he's picked up those runs in a very conventional fashion. When it comes to 360 cricket, we sometimes wonder if the batter has played any unconventional shots, but so far that is not the case. Shivans has played really comfortably out there, and so far he's steadied the ship to absolute perfection. On the other hand, Ronak has definitely looked like he wants to muscle those deliveries sometimes, and that is why, if you look at his wagon wheel, he's mostly played towards the offside when it comes to boundary picking. Otherwise, he's rotated the strike nicely from scoring shots in that long on to deep mid wicket region. So this has been quite a good partnership because when it comes to their character, they look like they're different in terms of their mentality and their approach. Last delivery of the over from Tezing. Shorter pitch delivery pulled away nicely. This field in the deep, so it will only be a single. 15 overs completed. It's 81 with the loss of 2. At this stage of the innings, it is very important to remind our viewers that Nepal, on the previous outings against Indonesia, managed to put on a mammoth total of 450 runs on the board, and they bundled out Indonesia for just 50 runs. So that really tells us that if you allow the Nepal batters to just settle in, they can really hurt you. And with those 15 overs gone, Nepal were finding themselves at 81 runs. Now with that couple moved on to 83. So the recovery has been measured and the platform is now well and truly being built. Shivans and Ronak have done an excellent job in soaking away that initial pressure and now slowly shifting the tempo. The partnership is now well past 70 and they're starting to look increasingly confident at the crease. The shot selection have been very smart. The running between the wickets are sharp and they have done well to rotate the strike regularly, just as we can see on that occasion. And they have also been able to put away those loose balls. With 8 wickets in hand, they have definitely looked like they're going towards that solid base. And maybe from here on, they can just start to look and accelerate that run rate. Good looking shot on the offside. And another couple of runs comfortably taken. So definitely it looks like this could be the phase that shapes the final total in the field, because the two batters are really quite comfortable out there. And the other day we did not see Shivansh put on a big score, but Ronak Srivastava definitely, if he stays out there, he can score big. The other day he scored 88 of 71 deliveries. He definitely plays with a very healthy strike rate as well. So if Ronak stays, it will be very difficult for them. And once again, just when we spoke that, it's been another very good looking boundary for him. Once again through the offside. This time cut away quite nicely. The fielder had short cover, had really no chance to stop that. Another good shot and yet another boundary. Sonam Wangchuk was brought back into the attack after the change, and so far he's been very expensive. And it looks like these two batters have really decided to go after Sonam. So the batters who did not score the other day are starting to flourish. On the other hand, some of them who had massive scores have gone back to the pavilion. So it's good that in this Nepal lineup, everyone is starting to perform for them, especially because they have qualified for the semi-finals. The other day, Parimarjan and Prasiddha Chaisi started off brilliantly. Of course, Prasiddha picked up that massive century, 132 runs from him the other day. And today, on the other hand, we have seen Shivans really batting well. Shivans again has batted quite beautifully. He's 32 of 35 deliveries now. And Ronak has also shown signs of consistency. We also know that the likes of Shugam, Joy Thapa, and Rohan Shahi are still waiting to come out. And they are batters who can really break the bones of a bowling lineup. So far, Bhutan is really searching for that other bowler who can help them pick up a wicket here. But nothing is really working for them. Slightly shorter pitch, and he rides the bounce of that nicely. So another dot ball. So far, among the bowlers, Sanjay Dorji looked absolutely brilliant with the new ball in hand. His 5 overs has given away 23 runs and picked up those 2 wickets. But other than that, none of the bowlers have really started to show any kinds of signs of aggression here. Kinley has bowled 5 overs, given away 31 runs. And Tezin Lode was the first change. So far, he's bowled 3.3 overs and given away 16 runs. But on the other hand, Sonam Wangchuk was the other spinner brought in by the captain of Bhutan, given away 21 runs in its 3 overs. So they're also struggling for economy. They have been expensive. So they really need to keep a check on that scoring as well. Once again, plays that down the ground with soft hand, and that will be another single. Much better delivery from Tezin Lode, attacking the stump. And this is better to be seen from the bowler to be attempted, other than just pitching outside the off stump with no real plan and intent. He doesn't even have a slip in play, so there's no real try or there's no real option for him to pitch it outside the off stump, because chance of getting rewarded would be lesser. And that is nicely guided away. But this time there's a fielder there, so it will only be a dot to finish. 17 overs completed. It's 92 with the loss of 2. "17 overs completed and Nepal are 92 for 2. This partnership is really taking shape right now. And once again, another very good looking shot. And this time, they've done well in the field to keep them to 1. Shivansh is leading the charge with 42 of 46 deliveries, playing with confidence and timing the ball quite beautifully. Ronak has been equally valuable at the other end, steadying on 33 from 38. And with that, we have a change in the bowling. The leg spinner is introduced now. It's Sejang Zawa. Sejang Dawa has picked up wickets at crucial stages in the game for Bhutan on other outings. So the captain is really trusting him to pick up that wicket from somewhere. This partnership is already turning out to be a standout one. They've put on 75 together, a perfectly balanced stand that's rebuilt Nepal's innings after those initial wickets, and that's played down the ground and just goes over the fielder. Slightly misjudged, if you ask me. For a moment, I thought that it could have been another opportunity for him to pick up a wicket, but he was let down by the fielder in the deep. Shivansh will not mind that. He picks up another boundary, and with that, this is his 4th in this innings. Bhutan needs something to break this stand quickly, or Nepal could be eyeing a very big finish from here on. This time played on the offside and a very good stop by the fielder at cover. But look at that, once again, they've taken a couple of runs quite comfortably. So it's like they never wait for even communicating between the wickets. They know that once they have played to a certain area, sometimes they calculate it quite quickly and eventually complete that couple very easily. And with that, really a shift in the momentum coming for Nepal. They've started to attack, and it's been a very good innings from Shivansh. He's picked up his half century already. It's 52 that he has done so far in just 50 deliveries. So after the fall of the initial wickets, he's really steadied the ship, and now he's reached his well-deserved milestone. What an innings this is from this young man. The leg spinner really not posing any kind of threat here. The batters have played him quite comfortably, and what a fine 50 for Shivansh. He brings it in just 50 deliveries, a very mature innings under pressure. And with that, we have 18 overs completed. It's 104 for 2, and looks like it's going to be drinks break. We'll be back with live action. And with that, we're back with action after that slight bit of drinks break. And once again, right after that, a loosener to start things off that was deviating down the leg side. We'll be glad to have a little bit of protection in the deep on the leg side. So far, after the completion of 18 overs, they have managed to put on 104 runs on the board with the loss of 2 wickets. Initially, Bhutan started off quite well with picking up 2 wickets with a new ball, but right now momentum is truly with Nepal. They have done a very good job in terms of building a solid partnership, and full credit to someone like Shivansh and Ronak who really capitalized on any chance of scoring just like on that occasion, we saw that fielder tried to go for a throw. Once the backing up was not there, the batters really went after that, not really willing to miss out on any of the scoring opportunities. Tenzin Lore is continuing. He has also been slightly expensive in the context of the game, but on occasions has bowled a couple of really good deliveries as well. So far, Bhutan really needed someone to turn up to this occasion and perhaps pick up a wicket, which has not happened. They went in with the leg spinner. Even his over was expensive. That last one went for 12. Is there an opportunity? Is there an opportunity? And that's been given. This is quite disappointing when it comes to the running between the wickets and the kind of show that Nepal has put so far. A brilliant throw, and he was going nowhere. The non-striker was absolutely not interested, and I don't know where the batter was going. And this has been a very disappointing end to what was a very good innings out there. Bhutan will absolutely take that, and this is exactly what was required. They definitely wanted to pick up a wicket, and this comes off with an excellence in the field. So the batter dismissed is the wicketkeeper Shivansh. He played absolutely brilliantly. He also picked up his half century, but he'll be very disappointed because he was looking good for a big score out there. But he'll have to do that some other day because he was undone by a brilliant effort in the field. And we're back with Tenzin Lode. Bhutan just picked up a wicket. So this is the kind of momentum that they needed to shift in their way for themselves. But you got a feel for Shivans there. That was definitely a disaster for Nepal. He was run out on 52, and this might just be a big blow for them as they were just getting ready to accelerate. And there was a little bit of a mix-up in the middle, hesitation between the wickets. But if you ask me, there never really was a run there. So I don't see Ronak was in fault. But Shivans was really excited to just go for that. Nevertheless, when he walked back, there was a well-deserved ovation from the crowd for his 54 of 52 deliveries. But Nepal now 108 for 3, perhaps will just step back a little bit and just see how the ball is behaving. And from there on, they'll be having to once again build a little bit of a platform and then go on from there. Short pitch delivery, cut away nicely. That's a very good looking shot from the batter. And once again, just come out to bat and presented with a loosener and picked up a boundary straight away to open his account. The new batter out there is Sugam Budatoki. Already placed a very good looking square cut for a boundary. And Jason Glody will be a little bit disappointed because he bowled well so far in that over. And on that last one, suddenly he pitched one very short and wide away from the batter. Easy pickings, really. And once again, someone like Sugam will not really let that one fly by. So it's a good shot to open his account. And now, when we thought that the momentum can shift, Nepal really counter-attacking and not really allowing them to settle in. Leg spin to continue, and we'll be happy to see that Shivansh has walked back because he was really attacking the spinners. And Ronak Srivastava is also someone who's done that to perfection. And we see one played in the air, but knew where the fielders are, so he's safe out there. And once again, excellent running between the wickets. In spite of that run out, they're not afraid of just turning ones into twos because they trust their abilities and they know that sometimes when there is an opportunity, these can be crucial runs, not just in the context of the game, but for their individual careers as well, because all of them are trying to prove something to the selectors and their coaches as well. Cut away nicely again. Another single taken quite comfortably. Shashank Dawa so far has been on the expensive side. Already given away 15 runs. And Nepal is batting with a very healthy run rate here. They're just a touch below 6. And once again, this time pulled away nicely on the leg side. And no chance for the fielder in the deep. That will be another boundary. And this time from the bat of Ronak Srivastava. And he's quickly moved on to 40 of 44. And that boundary will really help the scorers for him. Looks like it was Sugam who just capitalized on that short pitch delivery. Nevertheless, Nepal will be happy as long as they keep coming. Nepal haven't really allowed the leg spinner to settle in and they have targeted him from the very start of his spell. So far, he's given away 19 runs already. He's yet to bowl his final ball of his second. And Sugam Budatoki has already played a couple of boundaries and looks like he's out there with a little bit of intent. Really trying to accelerate here from the word go. And his help is up. And that is a stunning effort by the wicketkeeper. For a moment, I thought there might have been some inside edge, but nevertheless, full credits to the wicketkeeper. And Shashank Dawa finishes with a dot. 20 overs completed. It's 119 runs on the board with a loss of 3. And the fast bowler to continue, pulled away nicely on the leg side. And another boundary. This time, once again, to Sugam Budatoki, who's really playing out there with a lot of intent. He's especially good with short pitch deliveries. And this time it was deviating down the leg side. Easy pickings once again. And fuller delivery this time. Just reaches the pitch of the ball and places it nicely. Once again, Tenzin Lode is finding it difficult out there. He's looked good on occasions, but so far he's also bowled a few looseners. And looks like Sugambo Tatoki is out there with a little bit of intent, and he has the license to really go after the bowling. Ronak Srivastava, on the other hand, is batting on a score of 45 of 46 deliveries, and is also eyeing to reach that milestone. Maybe after he does that, and look at that once again, a little bit of an overthrow and beautifully run by the batters. I wonder how many. I've lost count here. So waiting for a signal to see how many he's achieved on that ball. Played away nicely with a lot of comfort on the offside this time. And that will be a single. Yes, confirmation that 3 runs were taken on that delivery. So what should have been just a single went for 3. So that really shows sometimes when the bowlers are not well supported in the field. Nicely picked that one up. Once again, another misfield by the fielder at short cover, which allows the batters to take another single. So really the mistakes have started to become more frequent in the field for Bhutan out there. And definitely Nepal is not too unhappy, and they're definitely not complaining. Last ball of the over, and finally a crucial dot delivery from Tenzin Lode. His figures really don't tell you the full story. 6 overs from him have gone for 35 runs, and he's bowled well on occasions here, but sometimes the loose deliveries that he bowled were scored off beautifully. So that is why the spell is reading a little bit expensive. 21 overs completed. It's 129 runs on the board. The loss of 3 wickets for Nepal, and they're well and truly asserting themselves on Bhutan here. And we're well and truly looking at a very big score. Ronak Srivastava now is really playing the anchor role, and he'll get a no ball now. And that really should give him an opportunity to reach his milestone in style. Let's see how he goes about it. But so far, Ronak, who started things off aggressively, he was the one attacking when his partner was there. Now, with the fall of the wicket, looks like Shugam has taken that role. So, despite the run out of Shivans, Nepal haven't really lost momentum. This new partnership is building quickly, and quite a few overs are still there. That's well bowled. A chance really there. The throw really should have been at the non-striker's end. That is what the bowler is complaining. So another opportunity was presented by good bowling from Kencho, but the batters still find themselves safe out there. So with just over 21 overs bowled, Nepal are at 131 runs, 32 runs with a loss of 3. Ronak is now playing the anchor role superbly. He's moved on to 47 of 49 deliveries and he's inching closer to his well-deserved half century. He's pulled that one nicely on that occasion and looks like he will reach the milestone in style, and that is a very gritty innings from Ronak Srivastav, truly well-deserved. And for a moment I thought that is the case, but looks like it's Shubham Budatoki once again who's picked up that boundary. And definitely he is the one who's been the aggressor from the very moment he arrived at the crease. He's already picked up 3 boundaries. He's 17 from the 10 deliveries that he has faced. And the tempo is right with them. That is smart cricket. Plays that one boundary and rotates the strike immediately. So quite mature for his age. That's been one compliment that we've been giving almost all the batters of Nepal throughout this tournament. Kencho so far started off and he's not looked like he's in rhythm. Already given away 8 runs in the first 3 deliveries that he has bowled. And this time he cuts that one away. And in spite of that delay, he picks up that boundary. And in a very good looking style, he has picked up his half century this time. Truly well deserved. Played the anchor role at the start. And now he's gotten what his milestone is. And can we see a bigger score from him? It's 51 of 50. So he's gotten that in a very quick run rate for his team. And he's batted with a healthy strike rate. Let's see how he capitalizes on the start that he has received, and can he pick up on a big score like his partner the other day did. He's riding good form. We told you about it at the start of this innings. On the previous outing as well, he's managed to pick up runs. And today, just like Prashita Jaisi, he'll be eyeing that 3 figures. Kencho, on the other hand, has already given away 13 runs in his first over. Still has 1 delivery to go. And Shubham is on strike, who's just waiting to capitalize on anything that is loose. This time a wide down the leg side. So this is turning out to be a very good over for Nepal. Exactly what they needed to really start accelerating at this phase. The run rate for Nepal is well above 6.5. 1 more delivery remaining with Shubham Budatoki on strike. Nicely placed on the leg side. He'll keep strike. 22 overs completed. It's 144 runs on the board with a loss of 3. Nicely riding the bounce of that delivery and starts off with a single and brings up Ronak Srivastav on strike. He's just picked up a half century on that previous over. He's looked good throughout his innings. He was the one who started as the aggressor in the previous partnership. Now he's settled in quite nicely. He's played mostly good looking shots down the leg side, as well as he smashed a few on the offside. Most of his boundaries actually came on the offside. 5 of them through the cover regions and one boundary in that square leg area. Otherwise, he's also rotated the strike beautifully. Most of the shots that he's played from the ground have resulted in singles and doubles. Good thing about his innings was that, including 20 singles, he's also picked up 4 doubles. So that really shows that he's a multi-dimensional batter. Much better this time from Desin Lode, just beating that outside edge. And we were talking about Ronak Srivastava, who's also hit 6 boundaries. So he's played very well. In the cover region, he's scored most of his runs, and that's something that Bhutan will want to keep in their mind. 23 of his runs came in that cover area, alongside those 5 boundaries. So that's really been the story of Ronak Srivastava. He's capitalizing on his form. He's had that from the very start of this tournament, and right now he's really putting a very good show out there with the bat in hand. That's nicely played, and it will be another comfortable single. So far, if we talk about the top performances before this game, of course, it was Ahan who was top scoring with 225 runs, followed by Prasiddha Jesse, 220 runs. So far, among the bowlers, it was Saw Kaur from Myanmar, picked up 12 wickets, and that is why he's at the top of the bowling charts. Ronak Srivastava before this innings was 6th in the ranks of the top scorers. He scored 128 runs in this tournament in his 3 innings. So right now he's batting on 56 runs. So he's really also trying to go and be at the top of the scorers. And he has a very big opportunity to do that. Lots of overs remaining in this innings. It's just 23 overs that has been completed. Nepal already find themselves 150 runs on the board with a loss of 3 wickets. So we are well and truly looking at something very big here. Leg spin to continue, and he starts off with a no ball. That is not something that the captain of Bhutan will be happy with. It's really an offense that cannot be forgiven, especially from a spinner. And now it's that man, Ronak Srivastava, who is on strike. He especially looked good against spin. And it was this bowler who thought that he'll bring in a wicket for Bhutan, but looks like he starts off tentatively. Let's see how the free hit goes. Slog sweep attempted, use of the power this time, and that is the reward that he was looking for. Another boundary for Ronak Srivastava, and he's quickly getting a move on here thanks to some poor bowling from Eldon Lode. As I informed you before this match, Nepal have already qualified. Before this game, they have played 3 and they have won all of those 3. And the other team from Group A is Singapore that have qualified. In the 4 games, they have lost 1 and won 3. Beautiful looking shot this time on the offside. What a shot this is. One for the photographers, definitely. Ronak Srivastava is turning on the heat here. And look at that, inside out, a very difficult shot to play. but execution is top notch from this young man. What a shot! Eldon Lode is not allowed to settle in, and Ronak Srivastava is really showing why he deserves that spot in this team. Really a youngster who's promised a lot, and he's delivering. Batted throughout with brilliant technique, and he's been eyeing to pick up boundaries at regular interval as well. He moved on to 64 of 57 deliveries. Plenty of time in this innings to pick up a big score. You have to just wait and see. Looks like it is his day today. Doesn't want to commit a mistake and lose his wicket in the process. He's been watchful on occasions as well. That is what we have to appreciate from this young man. And so far from Group A, one of the teams that has promised very good cricket has definitely been Japan. They have won one and lost two, but it's the kind of cricket that they have played which really impressed most of the viewers a lot. This time a short pitch delivery straight to deep square leg that will only be a single, but another loose delivery. And such kind of deliveries never really threaten these batters, and that's something they definitely want to learn and capitalize on. From Group B in this tournament, we have had two qualifiers as well. Malaysia under 16 have qualified. They have won 3 matches in their 4, and Hong Kong, China are yet to be defeated. They've won all 3 in the 3 outings, and that's why they have qualified. Another loose delivery, this time a low full toss on the offside. Easy pickings really for the batter. It won't be a boundary, but these are the kind of deliveries that really allow the batter to settle in. And once again, it will be quite comforting for Ronak Srivastava out there because he's been helped by some really poor bowling. No ball signal with the umpire, so another scoring chance. This time it will be Sugam on strike. Can he hit the first maximum? Short pitch smashed away on the offside, and another boundary. So runs are coming thick and fast for Nepal here, and quickly we're seeing that they've started to look very good out there. Short and wide, easy pickings, and the bowler will be very disappointed, and Bhutan will be very worried with the way they're going about it. Turning out to be another solid partnership between these two Nepal batters out there, and this has been an absolute turnaround. Nepal now racing along at 168 in just a little bit above 24 overs. The scoring rate has also definitely shot up, just like our viewers. So many viewers have really joined in. Right now we have well over 23,000 live viewers, so that really shows the kind of passion the fans are showing for this game. And definitely we're seeing some very good cricket out there by the two batters of Nepal. Right now we have Sugam, who's looked very aggressive. He's been electric, 27 of just 19 deliveries, and he's taken on the bowlers with real fearless intent, using the crease well, and he's finding the gap with absolute ease. This pair has completely fifth momentum, and Bhutan bowling attack is starting to look like they're very lost. They are looking for line and length, and they have been deviating far too often. The field placements are also not quite up to the mark, and they haven't been able to contain the flow of the runs for Nepal. On the other hand, Ronak has absolutely looked like a solid rock out there. His 66 now of just 60 deliveries. He was well composed earlier on, and now he's shifting the gears beautifully. Nepal have definitely set themselves up perfectly, and quite a few overs remaining in this innings. So Bhutan desperately trying to get a break through here, but so far it has not been happening. Little bit of a discussion out there, and that is why the players are out to have a little bit of a break as well. It will not be easy for them to continue. We know that it's hot and humid out there, and these players are just under 16. We keep forgetting that because of the kind of cricket that these boys are playing. We think of them as quite mature and quite energetic out there, but this is why we can really say that the standard of cricket that they have played so far has been quite electric and quite amazing. And once again, just look at the response from our crowd and our viewers, with 23,000 live viewers tuning in right now as I speak. That tells you everything about the passion for youth cricket and the love Nepal fans have for their team. This has been a quality game, and the way Ronak and Sugam are going, it's no surprise people can't take their eyes off. The energy, the intent, and now the late innings acceleration. It's everything you want in your favorite team to really put out there. A big shout out to the fans for watching from across Asia and beyond. Your support is what really lifts these young stars and turn them into future superstars. Tries to play that one nicely on the offside. This time doesn't get the gap. And Tenzin Lode has tried to do a lot of things right, but so far he has not received any kind of reward. A good shape on the offside this time from Tenzin, and Ronak Srivastava just happy to let that one go. So another good over for Nepal. They batted beautifully out there in the middle. We're at the halfway stage. It's 169 runs on the board already with a loss of 3 wickets. And Nepal is well and truly cruising out there. The spin hasn't really helped the scoring of Nepal yet, because they have been quite held back when it comes to someone like Kinsley. But other than that, against leg spin, it has been very easy out there, and perhaps that is why the captain has brought back Sonam Wangchuk into the attack. And in his second spell, he's been looked at with a little bit of caution at the start of this over from Sugam. Sugam has already played 28 of 22. This time slightly shorter and away on the leg side. Easy pickings for him. And just like that, he has moved on to 29 runs. He also brings back Ronak here. Ronak 66 of 63 deliveries now. Rocks back on the back foot and plays that down the ground. Another comfortable single. Turning out to be an invaluable partnership. It's already given them 61 runs of just 44 deliveries. And the previous one was 91 of 84. So that really tells us how good the partnerships have been. And this one has come off at a very quick rate as well. So definitely what Nepal needed at this stage, and they're definitely getting a move on here, and perhaps just eyeing that big mammoth total once again, which they see on the other day. Trying to pick up that gap on the offside, but this time just not being able to play that one away from the fielder. So dot to start off. The captain of Bhutan definitely trusting Tenzin Lode to just pick up a wicket here, because he's been bowling a very long spell out there, and he's really tried to contain Nepal from one end, but so far he has not been able to pick up a wicket. In spite of that, the captain will be quite happy with the performance of Tenzin Lode. Sugam, on the other hand, started off very aggressively. Now he's just looking like he's settling in a little bit. He's 31 of 29 deliveries. He's also hit the ball for 4 beautiful boundaries. So he's definitely partnered Ronak Srivastava very well. Ronak Srivastava 67 of 64 with 8 boundaries to his name. That's the maximum in this innings today so far. A good delivery down the leg side though. That is why he'll pick it on to the mid-wicket area and pick up that single. This has been a very good over for Bhutan in terms of the scoring rate. So far, just that couple of runs, that too by singles. And he wants to finish well. Sugam is on strike, and he does that. Just a single off the final ball. It's 27 overs completed, 175 runs on the board with a loss of 3, and perhaps medium pace is the way to go. Against spin, it has looked very good for Nepal. I think that is because Nepal themselves have some quality spinners in their ranks, and they're used to playing the left-arm spin of Vipin, who's looked very good in this tournament with his quite economical and attacking bowling. So when it comes to managing spin, they definitely have that experience. On the other hand, they have looked good with their footwork against the faster bowlers as well. So that really tells us that so far we're yet to really observe for some difficulty in the tactics when it comes to negotiating the bowling attack of Bhutan. They've been right up there when it comes to playing with proper cricketing shots and really not providing any kind of opportunity for Bhutan to settle in. Once again, it was slightly shorter by the spinner and pulled away nicely on the leg side. So another easy single. And that is exactly what we're talking about. That so far the bowlers have not really been able to make any kind of threat to these two batters. That's been another signature shot by the batter. He has rocked back at his crease on occasions, Ronak Srivastava, and played that with straight bats. So the back foot and the front foot of this batter is seemingly equally good. A bit tired out there. That's what the impression that he's giving to me right now. But definitely he has to carry on. He really has a platform to build on and get a very good score out there. The 3-figure is really knocking at the door. And if he's able to just maintain his focus, perhaps he'll just pick that one up. Sonam Wangchuk definitely has other ideas. He's bowling within himself, just attacking the stump and wanting to just stay off the radar of the attacking shot of Sugam. Trying to cut that one away. He feels that he would have missed out on that one. It was short and wide, definitely. But another crucial dot ball from Sonam Wangchuk. He has 2 more deliveries in this over, and he's bowling to Sugam. He was bowling to Ronak rather, and another single. So the last ball of this over coming in, and they're still looking for that 1 wicket. Here comes Sonam Wangchuk. Flatted delivery once again, played with a lot of comfort, down the ground, and that will be a single. So it will be Ronak who will keep strike, and end of the 28 overs is 180 with a loss of 3 for Nepal, and things are starting to look very good for them. This is turning out to be another dominant display with the bat in hand for Nepal. This is looking big, smashed away on the leg side, but doesn't just get it enough. It will be quite unhappy. Sugam Budatoke has to walk back, and that was a low full toss really. It should have been dispatched with the kind of form that they're batting in. Let's have a look at that one. Definitely it was a low full toss, smashed it. There was that one fielder only. It is a good catch taken in the deep, but definitely you got a feel for Sugam Budatoke. He batted well out there, and really that wicket came out of nowhere for Bhutan. But they'll be very happy that at least that wicket has fallen. Now they finally have picked up another wicket. So Nepal have lost their 4th. It's still 180, and finally some reward for Tezin Lode. And Tezin Lode continues, starts off with a dot. Ronak Srivastava is still out there. Now his wicket will become even more important for Nepal, and not just for his beginnings. They'll want him to bat deeper and deeper out there. He's joined in by Joy Thapa, another absolutely brilliant batter. We've seen how he can play those big shots in that other innings. Look at that drive, that elbow, beautiful position. That is exactly how one should play that shot. And he's still so young. That is what is absolutely commendable. Joy Thapa has been absolutely impressive and starts off with a hint of that. Tenzing Lode has also looked very good. He's bowled a very long spell. He's really supported that one end. And just like that, starts off quite well once again. He has 3 more deliveries remaining in his over. He's bowling to Ronak Srivastava, who's trying to keep the scoreboard ticking. And we'll have to see how Tenzing Lode finishes. The run rate for Nepal is well above 6, and Tenzing Lode has bowled quite economically in terms of that. There's one more delivery remaining, and so far he'll tell himself that he wants to finish well. His economy is just 4.86 at this stage. Here's the last ball of the spell today from Tenzin Lode. Pitches one just down the leg side and finishes off quite nicely. So in his 10 overs, he's given away just 48 runs and picked up that one wicket. 29 overs have been completed. It's 182 runs on the board with a loss of 4. And definitely it was a good spell of fast bowling from Tenzin Lode today. So right now they have to find another bowler who can deliver something for them, just like Tenzin Lode did. But so far, none of the other bowlers have looked threatening enough. Sanjay Dorji started things off nicely for Bhutan. His 5 overs for 23 runs, he picked up those 2 wickets. And after that, it was Tenzin Lode, 10 overs, 48, and picked up that 1 wicket. And once again, a no ball. Another punishable offense by Sonam Wangchuk. And you've got to start wondering why the spinners are the ones who's bowling the no balls. This is the 4th occasion when a no ball has been delivered. And I believe, if I'm not wrong, all of them have been coming off the spinners. So that is quite unfortunate for Bhutan. But Nepal definitely will not be unhappy about it. He's taking his guard here. Joy Thapa absolutely ready. He'll be eyeing to launch one onto that sky. Let's see how it goes. And too much of power. He really did not read the length of that one. Just going to hit that. He's disappointed with himself. But nevertheless, he should not be too upset with that, because lots of overs are remaining. After this over, another 20. So he has plenty of time to capitalize on anything. Sonam Wangchuk is just bowling at the stump corridor. He is guilty of bowling that no ball a couple of deliveries ago. He should not be repeating that. So far, the leg spinners have been very expensive as well. Sang Dawa, 2 overs, 19 runs. And Felden Lode, 1 over for 17. So the captain of Bhutan is really struggling to find that other bowler who can help him pick up a wicket here. But Nepal, on the other hand, are absolutely cruising. And we see yet another single. Just played with soft hand, and he was off and running very quickly. Ronak Srivastava has already paid 75 deliveries for his 73 runs. So he spent a lot of time out there. And it's very hot and humid out here. So definitely has to start thinking about conserving his energy. Still well above 20 overs in this game. And we have to see how long he can carry this innings. He's showing a little bit of tiredness out there. But this is when the mentality, the strong willpower comes into the play. The determination of really trying to spend that extra bit of time at the crease and really doing something for the team comes up. And there's an opportunity, leading edge. The bowler reacted perhaps a second late, and that is why he's still safe out there. So Joy Thapa almost presented with an opportunity, but he's still safe. 30 overs have been completed. It's 188 runs on the board with a loss of 4. And so far, Nepal have really looked like they're in full control of this game. Ronak Srivastava on strike, and once again we are seeing the leg spin to continue, and once again that inside out shot, and once again it's the same result, another boundary for Ronak Srivastava, and another very good looking shot that has been rewarded. Excellent cricket, excellent shot selection by that man. He's really looked good against spin, and especially against leg spin. He's looked absolutely dominating. Shashank Dawa has been expensive so far in his outing today. Ronak Srivastava is 74 of 76 deliveries. He's really turning out a show here. After that round is 79 of 78 rather. Showing the full face of the bat, playing that down the ground, another single. He's batted so well. We can't really take our eyes off Ronak Srivastava today, can we? First partnership today was started off between Prashidha Jaisi, the centurion the other day, and Parimarjan Yadav. It was 4. And then the partnership between Prasiddha Jaisi and Shivans was of 13 of 23. Then came the partnership of 91 runs between Ronak Srivastava and Shivans. That was 91 of 84 deliveries. And since then, after the fall of Shivans, Ronak Srivastava has continued. He's stitched a good partnership between Sugam. That partnership was 72 of 61, which has really started to take the momentum towards Nepal. And right now, another partnership between Ronak Srivastava and Joy Thapa. So far, it's 15 of 16 deliveries. So he's really batting with his other teammates quite well out there. Not really given any kind of opportunity. I can't think of a loose shot from Ronak Srivastava today. He's 80 of 79. Leg spin, use of the feet, plays it down the ground, smashes it on the offside, but the fielder is there. Very good looking shot once again. So Shashank Dawa is yet searching for his rhythm, and the captain of Bhutan is really struggling to find that one bowler, anyone with a golden arm who can pick up a wicket here. With that 31 overs completed, it's 196 runs on the board with the loss of 4, and so many batters still waiting to come. Another 19 overs to go on from here. Really looking like Bhutan is struggling out there. Sanjay Dorji and Kinley, either of them can be brought back into the attack, I believe. It's high time because they have been off the attack for a very long time since the start of the second power play. So far, none of the other bowlers have been able to capitalize other than Tenzing Lode. Sonam Wanchuk has bowled 6 overs for 35. Shashank Dawa, 3 overs for 27. Kencho, 1 over for 15. And Peldin Lode, 1 for 17. So definitely Bhutan is really searching for that one other bowler. And definitely we were getting a hint of it. And it is Kinley who's brought back into the attack. The mystery spinner. But he hasn't been able to turn the ball today as much as he would have liked. And against the well-settled Ronak Srivastava, who's looked very good against spin, it will not be easy. A good delivery to start things off. So with just over 31, Nepal have powered their way to 196 for 4. It's been an outstanding batting display. led by the ever reliable Ronak, who's now 80 of 80. He's calm and composed and he's completely in control. Now the good delivery attacking the stump. Joy Thapa is 5 of 9 deliveries right now. So he's getting himself in there and he's looking to support Ronak through the final phase. Ronak has initially played the aggressor and then settled in as the anchor. And now he's playing that role to perfection. With so many wickets in hand, this might just be eyeing for another century. Kinley has started off quite well in this over. He's not really allowing Joy Thapa to free his arms. Nepal have definitely taken full charge of this innings. It's been a top-class batting effort, full of intent and maturity. The dugout is definitely buzzing. The fans are tuning in, and the crowd support is definitely with Nepal. Leading edge there, leading edge, and for a moment we thought that the bowler could definitely have done better to field off his own bowling. That's the second time one of the Nepal batter have really edged one straight to the bowler, but on both occasions it has not been taken because the fielding has been a little bit slower. They have been sluggish out there, and the morale, it's all about the morale that has been quite demolished by the batting approach of Nepal. So with the support pouring in, both in the stadium and online as the viewers are watching live, the energy is definitely unmistakable. The team is really putting on a very good show and they're definitely not done it. 18 more overs to go. The score on the board is 196 for 4. And definitely I have to just wait and see if Joy Thapa starts being the aggressor. He's 5 of 13 and Ronak Srivastava is just looking for that milestone, and perhaps once he reaches that, maybe he can start freeing his arm more often. That is why right now we want to see how Joy Thapa goes on from here. With that, we have spin from both ends, a loose deliverer, but with the use of the feet, he almost turned that into a yorker. Perhaps by staying within his crease, that would have been a better and easier opportunity to maybe just play it on the leg side. Nevertheless, another single, which brings back Joy Thapa on strike. Suzang Dawa is being trusted with the ball in hand. He's been a little bit expensive, but the captain of Bhutan is really believing in him. Back to delivery this time, batter not in full control. So Joy Thapa hasn't really looked quite good against spin today, but it's still early days for him in the crease. He can definitely afford to spend a little bit of time out there, and once he capitalizes on that time, we know that definitely Joy Thapa has the shots all around the crease. Nicely played down the ground on that occasion, and another single to bring back Ronak Srivastava on strike. It's that man who's looked so good against spin. So let's see how he goes about it. That's well bowled. I think for a moment, Ronak Srivastava has exposed his intentions a little bit too early. He was approaching down the ground and ready to just use his feet. And on that occasion, the bowler was just smart enough to pitch it outside the off stump a shade too much, and the batter had to just readjust, eventually playing it down the ground for a safe single. This has been a good over from Suzang Dawa. This is what was expected of him from the very start, but took a little bit of time to just settle in to his rhythm. And now he's bowling much better. He has that one delivery remaining in his over. This is his fourth. He's gone for 30 already. Joy Thapa on strike. Nicely flighted and nothing much. A forward defense to finish off the 33rd. It's 199 runs on the board and Nepal have lost the 4 wickets only. Many batters are still waiting in the dugout, so they can really just go after it from here on. I believe just the last 2 overs they would have just one to watch out, and especially with Ronak Srivastav just requiring 18 runs for his century. Maybe that's what's stopping the onslaught from starting already. Kinley is back again. He's bowled a good over after his initial spell when he's brought back into the attack. Fuller delivery on the offside, easy picking for Joy Thapa to bring back Ronak Srivastav on strike. Any opportunity that Ronak gets will definitely be capitalized on because he's batted very well out there. So far, he's played all around the ground, but he's been especially strong on that offside area, especially through covers. And otherwise, he's played most of his shots down the ground for single. He's built his innings very beautifully. He's scored 31 singles and 4 doubles alongside 1 3-run as well. That was off a misfield. Other than that, he's hit 9 boundaries in this innings. So this has been an innings full of grit and full of passion. Rocks onto the back foot this time, pulls that one away. There's a fielder there, will only be a single, but good intent on display from Ronak Srivastav. So Kinley so far is happy to just bowl within himself, not really offering any kind of boundary. He's attacking the stumps, so that is why the batters have just been happy to pick up on singles. Slightly slower through the air on that occasion. Once again played down the ground, another single. Nepal have already been starting to look like they have put on a very good show out there, but the energy is still out there. 34 overs have been completed. It's 204 runs with a loss of 4, and they've really taken full control of this innings. It's been smart, calculated effort from the batters. Ronak played a brilliant hand, anchoring the innings while rotating the strike beautifully, and definitely he's been the key man. He's built the partnerships beautifully. He's absorbed the pressure early on, and now they're definitely reaping the rewards. And Bhutan started well with the new ball, but since then they have struggled to find the breakthrough at regular intervals. The lines have been a little bit inconsistent, and the spinners really haven't really brought in that hand where they have gotten full control of this innings in terms of either the scoring rate or in terms of wickets. Nepal has shown the maturity that you want from a side that has topped their group definitely. They have been composed, disciplined, and now poised for a big finish. A good delivery, half stop, but still manages to take another single and brings back Joy Thapa. Once again, very good display of running between the wickets. This time plays that down the ground and a very good looking shot, and really no chance for the fielder. The bisecting the two fielders out there, and a very good shot this time from Joy Thapa. So with that, Joy Thapa has also started to look good. That previous shot was very nicely timed and eased along the ground for another boundary. And Nepal now 210 runs on the board already. It's been thoughtful innings from Joy Thapa as well. He knows that he can afford to spend that little bit of time, and on occasions he's been content to play second fiddle to the more established Ronak, who's 86 of 86. Use of the feet this time. There's a fielder down there, but just falls short of him. So he's starting to look aggressive. but definitely he can tell himself that there's time. Doesn't really have to go for that risky shot, because what's really impressed me about Ronak has definitely been his tempo. He hasn't rushed throughout his innings except for that last shot we saw. This time played on to the covers, and that will be another boundary. This is a very good shot from Joy Thapa. He knew where the fielders are and definitely tried to pick up a gap. Wasn't afraid to play that in the air, because in his mind he was definitely in full control. Once again, it's Zhang Zawa, and he's been very expensive today. This time he's happy to defend. As for Nepal, this has been a display of structured and intelligent batting. They've set the platform and the partnerships have been built, and now putting themselves in a position for a final assault. The innings has unfolded almost textbook style, and unless Bhutan really finds something special soon, this could well be a score above 300, and I'm talking about well above 300. We'll have to wait and see how Nepal continues from here, because looks like it's going to be another drinks break. 35 overs have been completed. It's 215 with a loss of 4. Ronak Srivastava still out there, 87 of 87, and Joy Thapa 17 of 24. Stay tuned, we'll be back with live action, and this will be quite a batting show from Nepal. It seems like that. And with that, just after the drinks break, we're back with live action. It is Kinley to continue. Starts off with the dot. With 15 overs left, looks like Nepal will definitely be eyeing a score well above 300 here. At least they'll be looking to get somewhere around the 315 runs mark. We'll have to wait and see how they go from here. Ronak Srivastav still out there. 87 of 89 deliveries. Almost in a rush to pick up a single there. He just needs 13 runs to pick up 100. So I think he'll be just trying to pick up on that. And once he reaches that 3-figure mark, maybe he can go after the bowling. Because we know that Ronak Srivastav definitely has that ability to clear the fence. But right now he's just trying to play a little bit safe out there. On the other hand, Kinley has started out brilliantly. He's already bowled 3-dot deliveries and really just restricting Ronak to rotate the strike. And this time he rocks back and plays that one onto the offside and clears the boundary. That is full power and excellent timing on display. For a moment I thought the fielder will be able to stop that, but this is lightning fast outfield here at the STC. So no chance really for the fielder in the deep. And with that, Ronak Srivastav has moved on to the 90s. 91 of 91 deliveries, so scoring at a strike rate of 100. Just 9 short of what will be a very well structured 100. And does well to just go off the strike. So to face the last ball of this over, Joy Thapa will be on strike. Short pitch this time. Tries to be a little bit cheeky. Going for that paddle scoop. And the execution is absolutely spot on. Well done there, young man. Joy Thapa has moved on to 21 of 25. And once again, this is turning out to be a very good partnership for Nepal. Use of the feet this time, trying to hammer it down the ground. And that is a maximum. What a shot this is from Ronak Srivastav. For a moment we were wondering if he's going to try to play safe cricket. But looks like he's trusting his instincts. And once again, when the leg spinner is on, he's really taking charge here. Moved on to 98. Can he pick up his 100 in style? Rocks back onto that one, and this time picks up a single. He's gone on to score 99 runs now. Once again trying to scoop that, but this time the keeper misses as well as the batter. It will be a wide as well as a single. And with Ronak Srivastav on 99, I'm just waiting to see how he gets to it, because it's just one shot of his well-made 100. So let's see. Here's Sezang Zawa. And it is there. Take a bow, young man. Ronak is completed that triple figure mark. And there we have it. Raises the bat and a brilliant 100. An absolutely sensational innings. 100 of just 95 deliveries, and every single run has oozled class, composure and character. under pressure early. Nepal was struggling at one stage, and this young man walked in, started off aggressively. He stood tall, absorbed the tension, rotated the strike smartly, and when the momentum came, he started to hit those runs as well. So definitely this is not just a milestone. It's been a statement innings from Ronak Srivastava. It's 100 that has not just rescued his team, now taken the team to quite a comfortable position. Definitely innings that is beyond his years, looks very mature to be playing at under 16 level. The footwork, the timing, as well as the calm head. This is what definitely a future star looks like. And this time, Joy and dispatches it down the ground for another boundary. So turning out to be a very expensive over for Bhutan, and definitely Nepal is on the charge here. Kinley definitely has his work cut off here. This is turning out to be a very good partnership once again for Nepal. And we have that man, Ronak Srivastava on strike. He's just scored 100, and the crowd knows it. His teammates know it, that as long as he stays out there, the runs will keep coming thick and fast for Nepal. And once again, we definitely have to say that the way he's played the ball, especially through that offside today, he's looked like he's a future Nepal star, and he's definitely announced himself on the big stage. Look at that shot, inside out once again. That has been a shot of absolute class, and this is perhaps the third occasion when he's played that shot and has picked up a boundary. What a shot from Ronak Srivastava. Definitely not the easiest shot that can be played on the offside, but he looks like he has that extra second whenever he plays that shot. He's got fast reaction times, and it looks like he's observing the field quite nicely. He's eyeing the gaps, and he's also picked up boundaries on regular intervals. A good delivery, excellent running this time. A good call from Joy Thapa. For a moment, Ronak was looking for the ball, but Joy Thapa knew that the keeper has not collected that. So beautiful running. Just trying to play that away from the keeper, but this time not being able to get the gap. Nepal are absolutely flying. 243 for 4 in just 37.4. The runs are coming thick and fast, and this has been an absolute masterclass in terms of controlled aggression. Joy Thapa, a good delivery from Kinley. He has one more. Joy Thapa has already scored 25 of 30 deliveries, and we know that he can really finish. He's got those aggressive shots. Nicely played once again. Can it go to the boundary another time? We'll have to wait and see. Yes, it does. So this is another attempt from Joy Thapa to play those unconventional shots. And once again, he's executed the paddle sweep to perfection. Beautiful outcome once again for him. And looks like he is also getting a move on here. Nepal are really looking very good out there. They're looking aggressive now. The intent is clear. They're not just content with a good score, they're looking to go for a big one. The batters are really charging down the ground on occasions, and sometimes they have started to play those unconventional shots as well. And with those, they've definitely put the bowlers under serious pressure. Every dot ball feels like a win for Bhutan at this point. So far, the wickets are definitely something that they are not being able to get. Is he in full control of that one? We'll have to wait and see. And he's still safe to be out there. For a moment, I thought he was not in full control of that one. So definitely, we've started to see some fearless cricket from Nepal, and the approach has become very bold and confident. They're batting with a lot of purpose, with momentum with them. This is exactly the way you expect them to go about it. Hasn't also bowled with a lot of comfort out there. His off spinners haven't been threatening. Here's Joy Thapa on strike. Just happy to play with soft hands on that one. Rocks back onto that one. Another dot ball. Last ball of this over. Sonam Wangchuk coming in to bowl to Joy Thapa and places that beautifully. He had all the time in the world to really get that ball in that exact area where he intended to do, and absolutely full marks to dedication there for Joy Thapa. At this point, you can definitely feel that if you blink your eyes, you almost miss out on a boundary. That's how frequent the shots have come. 39 overs have been completed, 252 on the board with a loss of 4, and definitely looks like they'll reach a very big total today. They've done a good job in the field, but right now with this partnership they've done a good job in the field. But right now with this partnership blossoming, looks like they've lost a little bit of energy in the field. This time on the offside, trying new batter has also played quite beautifully. That is nicely played, but doesn't get the cap. Will be another dot ball. Kinley is looking to finish his over. His spell is almost to an end. He's given away 56 runs so far. This is the last ball of Kinley. He's bowled within himself. He tried to be economical. He's bowled in good phases, so he's bowled in tough phases rather. On, he'll definitely try to pick up some runs. And it looks like at least Nepal will be eyeing well over 320 from here. Captain of Bhutan bowler Kinley has finished his 10 overs, as well as Tenzin Lode. Tenzin Lode's 10 overs went for 40. He's been the pick of the bowlers in the middle phase. Other than that, his bowlers have been quite expensive, especially the spinners. Trizang Dawa 6 overs for 55 runs really made sure that Nepal goes through quite at a cruising rate in the middle phase. well and loaded. The other leg spinner also bowled 1 over for 17. And Kencho, on occasion, we've seen him bowl quite brilliantly. Today, he was not on his usual colors. He's given away 15 runs in that 1 over. And on the other hand, we also happy to just defend another one. So in spite of not really picking up wickets, he's trying to contain. And at this stage, you'll definitely take it because Nepal is just trying to finish with a flurry. And so far in this over, Sonam picks up yet another boundary on the ground, this time just over the head of the bowler. On the ground, this time just over the head of the bowler. And fielded as well eventually. Nepal will take this. Definitely they'll be happy with the intent of the two batters. They know that they're well and truly into the very deep of this innings. And from here on, they want to play out as many runs as possible to really be on that moral high ground. We know that Bhutan can be very resilient. They have, on the previous outings, they have played the full 50 overs of 4 wickets. And Bhutan is really searching for another bowler who can of 4 wickets. And Bhutan is really searching for another bowler who can break this partnership, because so far this is turning out to be one of the most difficult partnerships to be broken down by Bhutan. The best partnership today was between Shivansh and Ronak Srivastav. That was 91 of 84. And then another solid partnership between Ronak and Sugam. That was 72 of 61. And this one is 85 of 83. They're still going out there. Again, Sonam Wangchuk is really trying to do something different here. Ronak Srivastav is 118 of 108. Joy Thapa 39 of 48 deliveries. Sonam Wangchuk to continue. 3 more deliveries remaining in this over. Flighted delivery, turns that into a full toss and drives that down the ground. A misfield. Disappointing, very disappointing from the fielder of Bhutan. and the body language is really gone down and out. That should have been stopped quite easily, and it just slips at the very last moment. You can see that Sonam is very disappointed with that. And once again, nevertheless, another boundary, and once again, it's to that man, Ronak Srivastav. He looks so good today. Use of the feet, trying to smash it down the ground, and now he's not really afraid. And that is perhaps another boundary. We'll have to wait for confirmation. If not, the fielder has done well. Yes, the umpire signals a boundary. So yet another four for Ronak Srivastav, and now he's really starting to put on a show out there. It's already 126 for him of just 110. Very dominating, absolutely stunning. Rocks back this time, smashes it down the leg side, and this is turning out to be something truly special from Ronak. It's been absolutely relentless, but after reaching out that century, who started off with a very calm mindset and built his innings with precision, is now really unleashing onto the bowling of Bhutan. End of the 43rd over, it's 280 with a loss of 4. Nepal can definitely tell themselves that they found a gem today in Ronak Srivastav. Put on an absolute batting exhibition today that definitely will be remembered for a very long time. And this has really been a very special kind of an innings. 127 runs already from him. He's still batting out there. 7 overs to go. And the platform is set for a very big total. And he starts off with a wide. Just moving away from the batter and just trying to stay away from his hitting zone. That is perhaps the intention of Sanjay Dolji here in his second spell. Initially, he tried attacking the stumps very frequently, but this time we haven't seen that intention. And we'll have to wait and watch for that signal from the umpire. Lost the grip of the ball on that occasion and bowled a full toss. Looks like umpire have allowed it as a legal ball. Four deliveries remaining. Joy Thapa has also moved on to 40 of 49. So his innings was going quite under the radar as we were observing Ronak Srivastav with keen eyes. Another single to Joy Thapa. And this has been a partnership well above 100 now. So excellent contribution from both these batters. In this partnership, Ronak Srivastav has contributed for 58 runs and Joy Thapa his 40 of 49. So definitely this has been the partnership for Nepal today. Sanjay Dorji, who started off brilliantly, is now looking like he's finding for ways to pick up a wicket here. Joy Thapa is on strike. Happy to play that down the ground. And looks like he's himself eyeing for a landmark here. But Ronak Srivastav is definitely not willing to let anything go by. If there is a scoring opportunity, he'll definitely go after it. And there it is. It was down the leg side. He positioned himself quickly for that and he launched it straight away. So very good shot once again from Ronak Srivastav, and he's looking very dangerous out there. Not the best of deliveries from Sanjay Dorji we've seen today, and Ronak Srivastav really capitalizing and picking up yet another maximum. With that, Sanjay Dorji will have to bowl one more delivery in this over. He's given away 42 runs, so started off as a very promising spell. He's become very expensive towards the later half. Trying to cut that away, lost his bat, and the keeper was perhaps distracted. Another boundary, and this time umpire will signal byes. As you can see in the replay, wanted to really lash on to that one with a lot of power and eventually lost the grip of the bat. And I believe that was the reason the keeper was slightly distracted. Eventually, it will not make Nepal unhappy as long as they get the runs. Another byes and 4 for Nepal. So after the completion of 44 overs, 295 runs on the board with a loss of 4. And really from here, I don't even think that 220, what we predicted, is good enough. They definitely should get to 350 from here on. Bhutan is definitely searching. They're definitely looking for one more bowler who can just help the scoring a little bit. They need to make sure that they have applied some kind of break to this run rate because things are looking very difficult from them from here on. Two set batters out there in the middle. Ronak Srivastava 135 and 115. Joy Thapa 41 of 50, who's on strike now. He needs 9 for his half century, and you'll want to bring that quite quickly so that he can free his arms and go after the bowling. With that, here comes the right arm pacer. That's well played. Got into a beautiful position and fielded as well. Will only be a single, and that brings back Ronak Srivastava on strike. Pulled away with a lot of authority. Ball was racing away to the boundary, fielded as well. Another single. With those aggressive shots, we can really tell that Nepal are now really storming ahead. 296 runs for 4 in just 44.1. Ronak, what can you say? He's batting on an outrageous 136 of 116. This is no longer a brilliant innings. This is absolutely epic. What a shot this time down the ground off the bat of Joy Thapa. And that will be another boundary. No chance really for the fielder in the deep. And a beautiful looking shot that is fully rewarded. As you can see in the replay, absolute shot of class from Joy Thapa on that occasion. For a moment, he was toying with the fielders in the deep. And these are the shots that can really dismantle the bowling attack. And so far, definitely timing, placement, and power, all three aspects are full on display. Every run is definitely rubbing salt to the Bhutan wounds, and this is setting the tone for the semi-finals. Really, Nepal, who have of course qualified, are really just trying to have a good day out here. The dugout is definitely on the feet. The crowd is roaring all over the world, especially in Nepal, and we can see that both these batters are scripting one of the finest knocks in the tournament. Ronak 136 right now. Widest delivery, and keeper misses. So those will be extras. The highest individual score before this is from Ahan. Ahan from Singapore had gotten a score of 148. The next best was before this, the teammate of Ronak, Prashida Jesse, 132. And then we also saw one innings from Riyan Sharma, 123. So these were the top scores before today. And so far, we've already seen the second best innings out there, 136 from Ronak Srivastav. We'll have to wait and see if he can topple Ahan in terms of that top score. Just let's wait and watch how he goes about it. Beautiful shot, smashed down the ground with absolute power and authority, another maximum, and he's moved on to 142 of 118. What a show this is turning out to be. At this point, I'm starting to lose words to describe the kind of innings this man is playing out there in the middle. Kencho has been smashed from the very start of his spell, and he could not come back strongly in this innings. Just the last 5 overs then remaining, and Ronak Srivastav is well and truly cruising out there. Can he pick up the milestone of 150 runs? Let's wait and watch. Last 5 overs then, and this will be a very crucial stage of bowling for Sanjay. Joy Thapa 46 of 53 now, and he's batting with Ronak Srivastav, the beast, 142 and 118. First ball, smashes it on the offside, and will stop by the fielder at cover. Brings back Ronak Srivastav. To all our viewers across the globe, and especially in Nepal or anywhere for that matter, this is the kind of innings really that makes people stop whatever they're doing and leave their desk, step away from their chores, and just stare at the screen. Ronak, 142 now. Full toss outside the off stump, guiding that one away on the offside. And a good stop by the fielder in the deep. Running for a couple, but his partner is not interested. Settles in for that run only. Ronak's 143 now is just pure cricketing theatre out there. The timing, the elegance, and the sheer command in his innings. You don't get to witness this kind of knocks every day. It's the kind that definitely pulls in the fans and anyone who understands what brilliance this knock has been under pressure. Slower ball this time from Sanjay Dorji, and well negotiated by Joy Thapa. Once again, it's that man Ronak Srivastav on strike. He's just 7 away from what can be a magnificent total. If we were talking about 100, I don't know what we can say about this if he reaches. For some reason, every shot that he's playing right now is feeling very electric. Ronak has now moved on to 144 of 120 deliveries, and once again we can definitely start feeling that that special number is in the air around that corner. The crowd knows it, the dressing room knows it, the partner is feeling it. The fielding side is also starting to feel that it is inevitable. Plays that on the leg side this time, and once again Ronak will find himself on strike. Joy Thapa has moved on to 49 of 55 right now. And with every run, there is the murmur that is rising. Let's see how he goes about it. He's just one big shot away now. wide from his reach. A good delivery to finish off the over from Sanjay Dorji. End of 46th is 114 with the loss of 4. And it will be Joy Thapa on strike with 4 overs remaining. And now the spinner comes back into the attack with Joy Thapa 49 of 56. 4 overs to go in this innings. And here we go. Easy picking with that one, and that's 50 for Joy Thapa. And that is another top quality batting. Brings it up in just 57 deliveries. And let me tell you, this has been one of the most underrated yet absolutely vital innings of this match. He walked in with pressure still on. He absorbed it, rotated the strike, and now he's unleashed some beautiful shots. Especially, you can remember those paddle scoops that he played in between his innings, which went for boundaries. What I love to see about this knock is the temperament, definitely. There was no panic, no fuss, just pure cricketing sense. Rocks back on that occasion and pulls that on the leg side as well, as we were speaking about it. And definitely, Joy Thapa backed his ability. He gave Ronak the strike when needed and took the game on when it mattered. This is the sign of a serious cricketer and someone who gets the moment. If Ronak has been the fire, Joy's definitely been some kind of a fuel to it. Once again, smashes it down the ground, and that will be stopped just before. Yes, it definitely has good effort in the field. Definitely, we'll still wait for confirmation. Yes, so a boundary has not been signaled, but a good shot nevertheless from Joy Thapa, who's absolutely been very clinical. And together with Ronak, they have definitely been able to build something absolutely massive for Nepal here. And once again, plays it down the ground. Good stop in the field. What a turnaround this has been for Nepal. As I said before, I'm finding it very difficult to pick up the right words to describe the kind of innings this has been from Ronak. You can see that the partnership right now is 135 between Joy Thapa and Ronak Srivastav. 135 or just 109. Still one shot away then. Ronak Srivastav on strike. Goes after it. Uses the feet, plays it down the ground, but is unable to pick up the gap in the field. It will only be a single. Moved on to 146 of 123. Joy Thapa is equally looking very threatening out there. Scored 53 of 59. So now Wangchuk has one more delivery remaining in his spell. Slower through the air, nicely guided on the leg side. And he'll keep strike with that one. 3 overs remaining in this innings. It's 321 runs with a loss of 4. And let's see, can they pick up 350? Here's the start of the 47th. Short pitch delivery, not in full control. And for a moment I thought that might have been taken, but he survives. Is lucky to be still out there. That's been a good start. Mixed it up nicely with a short pitch delivery. Joy Thapa 54 of 61. And perhaps is having a change of gloves here. It's very hot and humid out there, so definitely he might have been sweating quite a bit. And this has been a very good innings. He was out there from the very difficult situation that he was put under after the loss of that wicket. But since then, he's steadied the ship and played absolutely brilliantly. Sanjay Dorji picked up those 2 wickets of the Nepal openers. Parimarjan Yadav 2 of 4 and Prasiddha Jaisi 7 of 14. Since then, all the batters have really done their job quite well. This time plays that down the ground and well stopped. It brings back Ronak Srivastava on strike. 146 now, 123 balls. Is just one shot away from really putting the highest individual score in this tournament. Let's see. Most of the records so far started to look like they're going in the way of Nepal in terms of the batting, in terms of the bowling, and also in terms of the fielding. So let's see how it goes from here. 4 more deliveries remaining. Sanjay Dorji will have other ideas. You want to contain him. Pulled away, ball is in the air, short pitch delivery, mixes it up nicely, and a chance there which is dropped. Should have been taken really. That was a real chance there, and I believe that is nothing short of an excellent change from Sanjay Dorji. And perhaps it's really the prayers of the Nepal fans out there who have really joined in very large numbers to still keeping him out there safe and taking him towards that milestone here. Excellent delivery nevertheless from Sanjay. I don't think Ronak Srivastava was quite ready for that. He was not expecting that. And very good change up. Excellent delivery. Joy Thapa plays this one comfortably along the ground. And the fielder picks it up nicely. Not before a couple of runs has been taken. Sanjay Dorji has 2 more deliveries remaining in this over. His bowling to Joy Thapa, who's moved on to 57 of 63 deliveries. So far, we've already seen 3 scores above the 50 runs mark. Shivans was the batter who started things off for Nepal. His 54 of 52 really shifted momentum in their way. Ronak was the one who started things off little aggressively. In the middle phase, he really played that anchor role to perfection. Now he's almost looking like he'll break the record for the highest individual total in this tournament. He's already 146 of 123. And Sanjay Dorji coming in with the last ball against Ronak Srivastava, was given away one chance that has gone off begging. Let's see how he finishes. Length delivery cut away nicely, and the chase is on and just stopped before reaching the boundary. So that will be a couple of runs, and for the new over it will be Joy Thapa coming on to strike. It's been a good over from Sanjay Dorji nevertheless. His 9 overs have gone for run a ball 54, and we have 2 more overs remaining with 328 runs now on the board. If they get another 22, they will be off to 350. I think that's what will be in their mind, but we'll have to wait and see how they go from here. Bhutan are really in search of a bowler who can contain, because it looks like they've used up most of the bowlers that have been given them the best day. Tenzin Lodi has finished his spell of 10 overs, and so has Kinley, as well as someone like Sonam Wangchuk. So they're really in search of someone who can help them pick up a wicket here. And here we go. Use of the feet. Plays it down the ground again. And only be a single. And this is the moment we're all waiting for. Ronak Srivastava on strike. He's batting on 149 runs. And dear viewers, here we have it. He's done it. 150 for Ronak. And just take a moment. Just allow that to sink in. 150 runs for these youngsters. He lifts the bat in a lot of style and fashion. Just have a look at that. Under pressure, well above expectation. He's bearing the weight of this entire batting lineup. The crowd erupts all over Nepal, I believe, and this ground definitely as well. Just like that, he smashes one again for a single. But this definitely has not been one average innings. This is definitely a coming of age epic. Ronak has carried Nepal on his shoulder through the early collapse, rebuilding and acceleration, and now to pure domination. He's crafted it with fearless stroke play, and definitely this man has absolute ice cold temperament. Look at that, how he bisects that field on that occasion. Excellent shot once again. Now nothing has really been able to stop this batter. This definitely has been something the young players can absolutely dream of. This is why people all over Nepal love their cricket. And so far, this has been an absolute show of class. 154 runs, well and truly above the previous highest score. This time smashes it absolutely to perfection. Another stroke of absolute dominance. Another maximum. And Trizang Dawa has definitely made himself very comfortable out there. We knew that from the very beginning. He targeted him. And now when he came back to bowl this penultimate over, he's absolutely taken him to the cleaners. 160 now of 128. What a mammoth target this is. Already 341 runs. And they'll take another run. That might just go all the way. Not really, it has been stopped before. What an effort, what a performance from Nepal today. And with that, we are coming at the very last over. Nepal stand tall at a towering 242 for 4. It's been absolutely breathtaking batting performance. A masterclass from Ronak Srivastava, who's still out there, unbeaten on a majestic 161 of just 129 deliveries. He's carried the innings like definitely a warrior, from the rescue mission to an absolute rampage. Here's the last over with that man on strike. Short pitch, this time in control, plays that on the leg side. And he'll now hand it over to Joy Thapa, who's also looked as cool as ever. He's anchored with him brilliantly. He's 60 of 66. And together they've built a partnership that's not just match defining, it's definitely been tournament defining. Although we can say that Nepal have qualified, but it is something that we can definitely appreciate. This has been a standout batting effort. This time trying to play that over the top of the cover fielder. Long off picks that up, another single. Sanjay Dorji will not be too unhappy if he just concedes singles in this over. On the other hand, definitely one big shot is somewhere around the corner. I can assure you the crowd in Nepal is definitely roaring. with 1 over to go, with just 4 deliveries to go rather, can they go past 350? Pulled away nicely with a lot of authority, and looks like that has gone way over the fence. Another maximum, and that is your answer, dear viewers. It's 350 on the board, and the 6 comes off none other than Ronak Srivastav. What a performance this has been. He's moved on to 168 now. He's not looking to slow down. And absolutely launches it. This is once again quite high, and it is finally taken. The intention was to go about it more, and finally this man has to go back now. It was right there, it was in the slot. He went after it, it was long and high, and this time finally the wicket falls. It's too late, if you ask me. He's done his job. 168 runs of 132. And finally, some reward for Sanjay Dorji. He's bowled well today. He was not supported by the other bowlers of Bhutan, but what an innings of absolute masterclass from Ronak Srivastav. 168 runs. This is one for the ages. I think the tournament will be remembered for this innings from Ronak Srivastav, and definitely full credit to Nepal for grooming such a cricketer. And really, thanks to the Asia Cricket Council for providing such a platform for this kind of players to flourish and really showcase their talent. So with that, we have 2 more deliveries remaining. We'll have to wait and see how they finish from here. They've already gotten 350, so they have reached that psychological mark where they wanted to be. Short pitched again, once again pulled away. This time the fielder was called inside the circle, and I think that is why will be a tough chase on. It's well stopped, but not before another couple of runs. Sachin Balla is the man on strike to face the last ball from Sanjay Dorji. And here we go. Last ball of this innings. Also short pitch, dispatched, smashed on the leg side. And I think that has gone all over the fence. What a finish from Sachin Balla. And with that, 358 runs on the board. You can tell from the body language of the Bhutan bowlers. Look at Sanjay. Is absolutely disappointed with himself, and that brings us to the end of the innings. Once again, Nepal has been clinical, absolutely sensational with the bat in hand. Nepal finished with a commanding 358 runs for 5 in their 50 overs, and it has been an absolute batting masterclass. There has been more than just one innings, definitely. It's been a statement and a message for the rest of the tournament that Nepal is definitely coming for the glory. At the heart of it all, our undisputed hero in Ronak Srivastav, 168 runs then of 132 deliveries. One of the finest knocks you'll see at this level. It was crafted with maturity, played with a lot of flair and elegance, and in the end, a lot of fireworks then. He was well supported by Joy Thapa, scored 61, and initially he was brought in nicely by Shivansh, who scored 54, and Sugam 35. On the other hand, I believe that Bhutan was really wanted for their bowlers. We saw some good bowling performance all around, but never really anyone quite stepping in. A good spell of bowling from Sanjay, who picked up 3 wickets, but he was expensive in the later half. And also some good bowling from Tenzin, who picked up 1 wicket, as well as Sonam, who bowled economically. Otherwise, nothing to really speak for Bhutan when it comes to bowling. But with this, the innings has ended. 358 runs on the board. Stay tuned. We'll be back with the chase, and we'll be back very shortly. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome back, viewers. We're back with live action now and to the start of the second innings here. So it's been a very dominating performance with the bat in hand for Nepal. At the completion of their 50 overs, they've managed to put 358 runs on the board with the loss of 5 wickets, and the target will be 359 for Bhutan. Bhutan has definitely been very resilient throughout this tournament, and it's been very difficult to pick up all their wickets for the sides that have played against them. And with that, we know that Nepal is a very strong bowling team as well, but they've struggled a little bit with the faster bowlers. And the reason I say that is because they have not been able to pick up wickets at regular intervals. So far, we have seen a very good innings, a beyond masterclass from Ronak Srivastava. He scored 168 of 132 deliveries, and so far it was difficult for the bowlers today. We saw some very good outing with especially the likes of Sanjay Durji, the left-arm pacer, and we see one left-arm pacer for Nepal to begin things. And with that, Bhutan is off and running, a single of the very first delivery. We can see that two slips are underway. That's something that Bhutan missed out, if you ask me, because we're wondering that why are they not attacking, especially when that 2 wickets had fallen. I really feel that Bhutan really should have attacked a bit more. On the other hand, here, Shiok has started the attack with the new ball, and we see two slips straight away. And sometimes I think against a defensive batting team, you should attack from the start and not really allow them to settle in. Jigme is the batter who's out there alongside Kelzang. We've seen this opening pair before, and they are very tentative with their approach. Sometimes one of them really want to go after the bowling, but once a wicket falls, they really go into a shell and play some defensive cricket. This is why I feel that when they're playing such defensive strokes, it's better to just get a catching fielder in, especially in that short mid wicket or short cover area. And this is nicely played through the cover. Chase is on, and the good work in the field. Couple of runs taken. We can see that the fast bowler from Nepal, Suyog, is really running in. He's bowling a lot of pace, but so far he's not really been able to quite get a good carry to the keeper. You can see that the slip is taken off, the second slip, and he's moving towards cover. So I think the intention of Suyog will be to take the ball away from the right-hander, but we have to wait and watch if that's the right approach. This time, hint of movement. It's deviating down the leg side, so that's been given as a wide. Two more deliveries remaining in this over, this time away from the off stump and a good carry. So this is what the effort will require for Nepal to get a wicket, because so far we know that Bhutan can be very defensive in their approach. But I still wonder if he can perhaps just be around that off stump line and length, especially from a good length, and get that carry to the wicket keeper. Maybe that is the angle that can help him pick up the outside edge and will keep the batter guessing as well. Once again, just happy to let that one go. End of the first over, it's 4 without loss. At the start with the new ball, I think Nepal will just be hoping to pick up as many wickets as they can, because we know their true strength really relies with their spinners. The captain Bipin has been very good with the ball in hand. He's picked up a lot of wickets. In the previous outing as well, he's picked up 6. And today he'll just want to do better. But to lay a platform for the spinners to really come in and bowl nicely requires a setup from the fast bowlers. That is, if they're able to pick up a few wickets, then the spinners can really start penetrating that middle order. So with that, we have 3 slips right now, and the right arm seamer is into the attack. Chigme is on strike. He's 2 of 5, and Kilzang is 1. So here's the right arm seamer. Short pitch with that is well bowled. Good start by the young bowler. Much better. It's always important to keep the batter thinking early on in his innings, and that really forces them sometimes to play a tentative shot. So far, the batters are just happy to have a look at the pitch, and we know that Bhutan can play with a lot of resilience. Here's Abhay Yadav. A touch too far on the offside, and umpire signals wide. Needs to be better. He needs to be attacking the stump, because this bowler definitely looks like he has the pace, and he, at the start of his run up, gives an impression that he's gotten that outswinger going. Here's Abhay with Kelsang on strike. Fuller delivery this time. It's a shade too full. So he's really looking for his line and length. He's struggling for rhythm. But he started off with a good delivery. That shot, slightly short of his delivery, that carried nicely to the wicketkeeper. So after that, it's been 2 deliveries that are not really quite asking the right questions. This time targeting the body of the batter. Easy single for Kelsang, and he goes off strike. Abhay so far has bowled quickly, but hasn't looked like he's going to pick up any kind of wicket. And here's Kelsang. Fuller delivery, nice played on the offside. Good fielding at cover. Another dot ball. It's really starting to think how to pick up a wicket here. Still early. Deviating down the leg side. Umpire not in favor. Definitely clipped onto something, perhaps the pad. So with 1 more delivery remaining, Abhay Yadav has given away 2 runs, and Chigme and Kelsang still out there. The only one thing so far that hasn't really gone in favor of Nepal has been the new ball. The spinners have done a very good job, and that's the kind of reputation that Nepal has also built, even when it comes to their seniors, that they are a team with a formidable spin attack. We know that the likes of Sandeep Lamichhane have emerged through the ranks and he's played all over the world, the leg spinner. And even we can see a hint of movement from Abhay Yadav. He finishes with a dot. 2 overs completed, 6 without loss, and Nepal with the new ball haven't been threatening throughout the tournament, and that's something they can definitely work on because when it comes to crucial games in the later parts of the tournament, especially in the semi-final and the final, you really need someone to step up and deliver. Here's the left hand Smith. This is much better, almost picking up the outside edge. Much better delivery on his second over from the left hand seamer. And the hint of movement there, this time coming into the right hander. And so far, Kelzang is just happy to defend and have a look at how Suyog is going with it with the new ball. If you ask me, I believe Suyog is one of the fastest bowlers in this tournament that I have seen. But so far, he hasn't really bowled in the right areas. Occasionally, we are seeing him to deviate away from the batter. He's not hit the stumps too often. And he's still looking for that one glorious delivery. Just like that one, you can see that he's bowling with a lot of pace, but once again, he's lost the correct line of the ball. That's been how he has gone about it in his outing. Four deliveries remaining in this over, and still we're looking for some kind of threat from Nepal with the new ball. Credit to Bhutan, they haven't really played any kind of false shot here. And with that, they'll pick up an easy single. Oh, looks like the fielder did not really have any kind of chance. That's been given a boundary. So that will be the first one for Bhutan. And it's come from none other than Kilseng. Sometimes he's looked aggressive up top. And he's been helped by some poor fielding by Nepal. This time Fuller attacking the stump, but it's a touch too full. That really is on the right length for the batter to be very comfortable with. So once again, four deliveries in this over and really not getting anything which can really bother the batters. And Bhutan will definitely take this. It's 11 so far on the board with 2 balls remaining. Suyog is bowling quickly, but he hasn't attacked, and that's a better ball. Just taking the bat away from the ball's line at the very last moment. So well done there from Kelzan. He's indicating to his partner that the ball was tailing away from him. And that really shows that Suyog is putting in the work. He's exciting himself. Here's the last ball. And plays at it comfortably. 3 overs completed. It's 11 without loss. Once again, from the other end, we see the right arm seamer. And now with 3 overs down, we are definitely into the chase. Bhutan are 11 without loss. Elzang is 6 of 10 and Jigme 2 from 8. Both these batters are looking steady. They have managed to negotiate the new ball so far. And while it's still very early, they'll take comfort in a quiet and a wicketless start. And very interestingly, once again, Nepal haven't looked particularly threatening. The bowlers are hitting decent areas, but there's been a lack of real bite from the opening few overs. Maybe it's the cushion of 352 runs on the board that Nepal is really not pushing with the ball so far. Maybe it's just a matter of settling in, and Bhutan will feel encouraged by how they have started. As you can see, once again, there's some run on offer. Still a long way ahead. This is going to be a very massive chase, and Nepal won't really panic. But it only takes one breakthrough to really flip the tone early. But so far, seems like the music is with Bhutan when it comes to keeping the wicket together. That was a short pitch delivery, not quite in the right area. So the batter was quite comfortably willing to let that one go. And umpire also signals one down. I mean, one bounce. So far, the faster bowlers have not really targeted the stumps, and early in the innings, straight lines at the pad and the stumps can really bring bold and LBWs into play. The batters aren't really looking to dominate, so a tight channel can create a little bit of pressure. And at the start, we also mentioned that we don't see a short mid wicket or a short cover, so that's really something that the captain can really bring in, because in an attempt to steal a single, sometimes a false shot can be on offer. And we know that how dot balls can really lead to impatience of the batters. Another thing really we can think of is definitely to introduce spin after that initial few overs from the fast bowlers, because we know that historically speaking in this tournament, we've seen how the spinners of Nepal have really dominated, and especially if the swing stops, a bit of grip or tip might really rush the inexperienced Bhutan batters. Once again, we see a little bit of a misfield. That slip fielder really should have stopped that, but that wasn't the case. Nepal really hasn't really quite fired in the field either. They must stay loud, sharp in the ring, and make the batters feel that they're being squeezed. And if Bhutan is not really feeling like they are willing to chase this down, they will really bat with a lot of confidence and with a lot of comfort. So once there is a little bit of a sharp feeling somewhere, when the batter find themselves at the crease for a very long time, sometimes a mistake can be forced, but not with those kind of deliveries. Another wide. So once again, this has been a similar sort of a story for Nepal. They do very well with the bat in hand, and then when it comes to that new ball, they struggle a bit. They bowl economical spells, but so far I haven't seen either of the fast bowlers really tearing into batting lineups and picking up wickets. So even though, of course, the target is 359 and they're not bothered, but considering that they're a team who want to be at the top of the table, who want to be showing how dominated they are in terms of their cricketing skills, they really want to show better with the ball in hand, especially with the new ball. Abhay Yadav steaming in, and that is well played, we have to say. Played with soft hands, and we know that two slip fielders are in play, but when the batter is ready for those kind of deliveries and when they're not going hard at it, sometimes the edge does not really travel to the slip cordon, and that is what exactly has happened. 4 overs completed, it's 16 without loss, and Bhutan will feel very comfortable out there. We're not seeing any kind of change so far in this innings. So far, the fast bowlers have continued. It is a mix between the right arm and the left arm seamer. Suyog, the left armer, is back into the attack. His first 2 overs went for 9 runs, and Abhay Yadav 2 overs going for 6. That's much better. That's well bowled. This is the kind of bowling that you expect from Nepal, especially with a new ball in hand. And that's really one of the few deliveries when we saw that ball was swearing up after pitching. And a good take by the wicketkeeper. Kelsen is 7 of 14 and Jigme 3 of 11. And they're not too bothered about the run rate at this stage. They want to bat through the power play and they don't want to lose any kind of wicket. Fuller delivery, played nicely, but he's not really willing to pierce the gap in the field and maybe hit a boundary. Just want to negotiate the ball and play it towards the fielder and just survive at the crease. So that's another sort of intent that we sometimes talk about that the Bhutan players don't really come up with. They're willing to spend a lot of time at the crease, not concerned about the chase. Suyog will be a little bit upset because the batter decided to just pull back at the very last moment. Never easy for a fast bowler who's running in with a lot of momentum to just stop midway before delivering. But I believe that something was bothering Ilzang. And here he is. 4 more deliveries remaining in this over. Here's the third. That's well bowled, but another defensive stroke at that with full face open. Here's Suyog trying to do something different. Another good delivery. This has been a good over from Suyog so far. I think this has been the best he has bowled today. All 3 deliveries almost picking up the stump or the outside edge, and he's definitely asking the right questions here. 2 more deliveries remaining. He wants to pick up at least 1 wicket with his initial spell. On the other hand, Kelzang will feel that it doesn't matter if the ball is behaving like this. He just wants to see it off. He doesn't really have to play any kind of attacking shots at it. So a battle between the two, and as we speak, a leading edge, an inside edge, almost trying to go for the stump, but eventually picked up by the fielder at deep fine leg. So it will only be a single, but a good delivery nevertheless from Suyog. He's bowled well in this over. And with that, it will be his last delivery of his third. He's given away 10 runs already. And here he'll have a chance to bowl at Kelzan with 8 of 18 deliveries. Last ball of this over. Fuller delivery and keeper not being able to take it clean. Dot to finish. 5 overs completed. It's 16 without loss. So as we always say that Nepal is quite conventional when it comes to their approach when it comes to bowling. Looks like it's going to be a similar tactic. Suyog and Abhay Yadav are looking to take Nepal through the first phase of this innings. And with the new ball, I don't think they will introduce any spinner, but this might be actually a good decision to introduce one because so far the batters have actually looked good against pace. They have been happy to just allow some of the balls to just go by to the keeper, and whenever they bowl full, they've played with soft hands. As you can see on that, is just happy to defend that. No real intention of scoring. Abhay, on the other hand, has bowled well. He's gotten a few carry on certain occasions, and the bounce that he's getting from this pitch is explaining to us that he's bowling with a lot of heart. Kelzang is on strike. He's faced 19 deliveries already. We haven't seen Abhay Yadav attacking the stumps yet. Oh, that's well bowled. So it's giving an idea that he perhaps is starting to lose a bit of patience. Kelzang trying to navigate one of that ball towards the offside, but lost his shape, if you ask me, on that last one. 4 more deliveries to go with Kelzang on strike and Abhay Yadav bowling. Yes, much better. That is beautiful. Almost attacking the off stump. The ball pitches on that line and then swings away. Good take by the keeper as well. That's perhaps one of the best deliveries we've seen today. And both these fast bowlers, Suyog and Abhay Yadav, are now truly coming into the bowling. This partnership already is a good one because they have seen off that new ball almost. We're in the halfway of the first power play, and so far we haven't seen any wickets falling, so that's why credit to them. Once again, almost looking like he'll pick up an outside edge anytime, so the slip fielders must be ready. The captain has persisted with 2 slips, and both of them should be alert because any time, perhaps with so many dot balls creeping in, Kelzang can eventually go for a shot, and maybe that can lead to his demise. We'll have to wait and see. Fresh change. We see Abhay attacking the stump, and that was delivered with a lot of pace as well. Good running between the wickets, and Abhay Yadav will have one more delivery in his 3rd over, and he wants to finish things off nicely. So far, no wickets to either of the fast bowlers used. We know that the likes of Karma and Sona Wangchuk are yet to come. Those two are very good technical batters. Oh, well done. Just watched it all the way to the keeper's glove. So finishes with the dot. 6 overs completed. It's 18 without loss. Bhutan so far has definitely done a good job to keep the wicket intact. With Kelzang 10 of 24 and Jigme 3 of 12. It's not been flashy, but it's been steady, and that's exactly what they'll want. Nepal, meanwhile, with that wide, gives us an impression that a touch of frustration is creeping in. They haven't leaked too many runs, but they also haven't looked too threatening with the new ball, and that's really the area of concern for them. The lines have been tidy, but without lateral movement or any kind of attacking field placement. Bhutan have been allowed to settle in. They have on occasions bowled with a couple of slips in play, but the bowling needs to be in the right areas to really bring those fielders come in play. Still, it's a matter of time, really. All Nepal need is just one breakthrough to crack this open and bring the pressure flooding back in. So far, we see Suyog trying to just take that away from the right-hander, and we can see that the slip cordon is now losing its population. It was very crowded at one point with 3 to 4 fielders, but right now there's only one wide feeder. 340 runs to win. So that's still a very distant task from here. What the plan is, I believe, they want to play that 10 over. Oh, that's well bowled, beautifully done. He's coming around the wicket, the left arm seamer, maybe to close in that angle. He's tried to take the ball away from the right hander, but he has failed to pick up on any outside edge. So full credit to these two out there, Jigme and Kilzang. Both of them have survived, but they haven't been threatened really. That's what we feel from here. Once again, this time inviting the batter to play that drive, and Jigme goes tentatively at it, eventually missing it completely. Another dot ball. Three balls remaining in this over, and maybe it's time to just mix things up a little bit and bring in a change in the bowling. Another good delivery, just beating that outside edge, almost clipping. But if that's the case, then I think the slip is a little bit too wide. He should be standing on a more conventional place, because chance of a fine edge looks like is higher, because both these batters are not really going after the bowling. They haven't looked like playing any kind of attacking shots. This time down the leg side, and easy picking for the batter really. One more delivery remaining for Siok to have a go, and he will have Kelzang on strike. Kelzang has already faced 24 deliveries for his 10. And the right arm seamer continues. Once again, a good start. 7 overs have been completed before this delivery, and Bhutan is 20 without loss. And you have to say that Nepal are looking a bit flat out there. On occasions, they have just missed out on a wicket by not getting an edge or not hitting the wicket. But the fielders really seem quite down with energy. They're very quiet. There is no buzz in the ring. Even after that mammoth total, if they can't uplift their morals, then it's a bit of a question mark there. And that is exactly what we have to wonder, that why a side who's just put up 352 with the bat, you expect them, 358 rather, with the bat, you expect them to come out with fire. But so far there's been lack of intensity, and definitely when it comes to the field placement and bowling as a unit, it hasn't really been able to build any kind of pressure. Batter is just happy to watch that go all the way to the wicket keeper. The body language says it all really. The shoulders are dropping, hands are on the hip, and no sense of urgency really when it comes to the bowling team. Bhutan are still a long way from their target, but right now they're being allowed to settle in, and that's the kind of rhythm Nepal can't afford to let them have. A spark is needed really, maybe a diving stop from somewhere, a loud appeal, or something really to just wake this fielding side up. Solidly behind that one, another defense. Abhay Yadav has bowled economically. He hasn't given away too many scoring chances, and he hasn't picked up a wicket either. Jigme is 4 of 21 and Kelzang 10 of 24. So far, they haven't committed a false shot. They are batting with a lot of patience. A play and a miss this time. Bowled well, and Jigme missed it completely. Abhay Yadav has given away just 8 runs in his 3.4 overs, so he's bowling in a very long spell. This is what we have seen from Nepal. Traditionally, they have been happy to just use a particular bowler rather in a different phase of the game. We know that the likes of Bipin is still out there. Beautifully bowled once again. Will be runs. Just stopped before reaching the boundary, so just a single taken. The batter is really taking a little bit of time and still waiting to see how the left-hand seamer coming round the wicket can do something different. That's well bowled, but once again the batter has been helped by the fact that he's missed it completely. Too few deliveries really have attacked the stump. That's been the only reason I'm not too happy with Nepal with the ball in hand, because momentum was truly with them, and if they have failed to capitalize on it, they only have themselves to blame. In the air, an opportunity, and on the second chance, I think it was taken. So persistence from Suyog has rewarded him. It was a good channel of fast bowling that he was trying to carry on. And for a moment, I thought that will pop out of the slip's grip, but he did well. On the second take, he was able to quite hold on to that one. As you can see in the replay, Suyog was coming round the wicket, trying to close in on that angle, and you can see that he invited that drive. The good-looking chance created at the slip cordon and well taken eventually. So it's Jigme who has to go back. He has scored 5 of 25. Now Sonam Wangchuk has walked out to the middle, but Nepal finally has a breakthrough. And the new batter is ready. Here comes Suyog. Similar sort of delivery, rocks back and defends that one. So finally, the breakthrough Nepal were so desperately looking for. Jigme is the batter who has fallen short, and it was off the delivery of Suyog. He's been probing since the morning. He was bowling a bit here and there, but later he adjusted nicely at the later part of his spell, and then he just invited that one poke from Jigme outside the off stump. Thickish edge and a good peck by the slip fielder. It was getting a little too quiet for Nepal, and Bhutan were finding themselves in a lot of comfort, but this wicket might just wake them up. The fielders are suddenly a bit more active, and with a fast bowler that is pumped, momentum can finally begin to shift. Sonam has joined Kelsang at the crease with the score of 21 for 1 at the board. And this is really the perfect chance for Nepal to build on the pressure and hunting for another one. The right arm seamer continues. And so far, we have observed one thing from the moment Sonam Wangchu has walked out to the middle. He is sometimes just trying to go towards the leg side and just creating a little bit of a room for himself. So when that happens, sometimes when the ball is pitched fuller outside the off stump, sometimes there can be a loss of control, especially with the drives, and maybe this bowler can just try to pick up a wicket from here, but finishes off with a dot. 9 overs completed. It's 21 with the loss of 1. And the skipper finally decides to make some changes, and he brings himself into the attack. So for the first time today, after a fall of a wicket, I think this is a very good decision. Finally introduce spin, and the left-arm spin of Bipin will not make things very easy for the two batters out there. Sonam Wangchuk and Kelsang will definitely be up against some quality, and this is the time when I believe that Bipin should really start attacking. You should not allow any kind of single for these two batters. They're not really trying to go after the bowling, so you can afford to bring your fielders inside and try and attack the stump. And that's well done. That is very well done. And it's given. This is exactly what I was talking about. That Bipin Sharma is really the man with the golden up. He's done a very good job with the ball in hand, and the captain strikes in his very first over. Straightforward decision, really, for the umpire, and it was a nice, good appeal. Sense of calmness whenever he comes out in the crease, and straight away he picks up the wicket of the other opener. Kelsang looked good for his 10, but now he has to walk out back to the pavilion, and as they often say, one brings two, and with that, it's 21 for 2 now after the completion of 9.2 overs, and a brilliant start for Bipin Prasad. And the new batter has walked in. So definitely we were wondering about it, and the skipper of Nepal does the right thing. He brings himself into the attack, and that one just skids on. And Kelsang was left on his back foot. Really did not get the front footing. And another chance. This is what we were wondering, that he really should be attacking with his fielders, because it is not easy to play left arm spin in this pitch. It is not easy to play any kind of spin, rather, if the spinners bowl in the right areas and at the right pace. Almost picked up another one, and that's how good Bipin Prasad has been so far this spell already. Straight away after coming, he's already created a couple of opportunities. The fielder should really start coming in. And almost, is that another wicket? And looks like it. Yes, he has. He's picked up another one. Bipin Prasad, so just picking up from his last game, already has picked up a couple of wickets, and it was a very quiet celebration. I think it was the ball hitting the stump. So yes, definitely another wicket has fallen, and Pellan Lode, who just walked out to the middle, has been cleaned up by Bipin Prasad. He's already picked up two, and right now looks like after that initial resilience, they've already been put on the back foot by Nepal, and Nepal should not really take this middle order batting very lightly because we know that they can play some solid cricket out there. We've seen that before. But so far, full marks to Bipin Prasad to just realize that the change is required and the introduction of spin is really turning the table for Nepal here. And Bipin is continuing with two slips. A delivery, 2 in 2 for Bipin. Strike straight away. No chance for the new batter out there to really just have a look at the pitch. And this is some sensational start with the ball in hand. What a man this man is. And he's cleaned up the captain of Bhutan. Karma has to go back. He's a solid batter, we know. But the moment he walked out to the middle, he is greeted. Absolute peach of a delivery. One created that angle and absolutely no chance. He's in disbelief of what has happened. But young man, you have to go back. What a stop! Bipin Prasad picked up three straight up. He's broken the back case, and Bhutan find themselves in a big spot of bother. 10 overs completed, one with the loss. But now things are looking very difficult. It's become so sudden. They were looking so comfortable. They were batting so well out there. Just when that one wicket fell, the initial partnership was going quite well for them. But just as the moment that one wicket, they are really back into the attack and they are capitalizing. So brilliant. And looks like we're seeing another spinner. So Bipin has realized that the fast bowler is not really doing the duty. He started the wicket in his second ball, and then the final two deliveries given him wickets as well. He's picked up 3 wickets in 1 over, also a maiden, let me remind you. What a brilliant start by the captain of Pal. On the other hand, Bhutan had started off quite well. Kelzang scored 10 of 26, Jigme 5 of 25, and after the fall of the openers, wickets have started to fall quite at regular intervals. So all the 4 wickets have fallen at the score of 21, and finally they'll be happy to just move on from that number. So finally a single, and they move on to 22, and another left-arm spinner to continue, who we know that is equally good, if not on the same page. Bipin Prasad was absolutely brilliant the other day, and he continues from that effort today as well. Shubham has also bowled well. That's given the ball some bit of air, and we can see that finally there's a short mid wicket in play as well. So this is good captaincy, and this is attacking field play. I'll be just happier to see a little bit of short cover somewhere so that they can really choke this batting of Bhutan. Kincho hasn't had a good day with the ball in hand. He's now walked out to bat. He has joined Sonam Wangchuk. Sonam is also another solid player, and both these batters will definitely start feeling that they have to play a very defensive role out here. But one thing is keeping that in mind, and the other is actually executing. We know that playing defensive strokes against quality spin is never easy, especially the likes of someone like Shubham and Bipin, because they're different in their own ways. One of them just creates a lot of angle, and the other, I mean, here Shubham, he relies on the variations of speed more often, as you can see on that one. That's well bowled again. 11 completed. It's 23 runs with a loss of 4. And Bipin Prasad will come back into the bowling definitely, and he will be on a hat trick. We've seen hat trick before in this tournament, but can we see one from the captain of Nepal here? There's nothing wrong to bring in a lot of close-in fielders. It's a milestone that you can always cherish in your life. A hat trick for your nation. It's not something that presents itself very often. Have to see. Looks like he's not bringing in close-in catchers. He's believing in himself. He just gets a slip in. I think he really should just get one shot mid-wicket or a short cover, because when the defense is not in full control, the ball can be in the air. Here comes the hat-trick delivery of Bipin Prasad. Oh, just away from that stump. He misses out. But nevertheless, that was a good delivery. Well kept by the wicketkeeper. And Bipin Prasad is just trying to tear away. Sonam Wangchuk looking very nervy out there. Have to see how he goes on from here. He's a very good player in terms of resilience. Once again, that arm ball. That is why we were thinking that perhaps a fielder at short cover would be very interesting for him to just be a little bit uncomfortable. And that's deviating down the leg side, and umpire not in favor. No runs yet off the overs of Bipin Prasad. Starts off with 3 dots, but he wants to pick up a wicket here. I can tell you from his body language. Sonam Wangchuk has done well defending those. That's one thing these batters are very good at. Bhutan is very good with their defense. They don't really make too many mistakes when it comes to defending. They get into good positions. Once again, just bowling a bit quicker through the air. Two more deliveries remaining for Bipin Prasad. Last one rather. Sonam Wangchuk on strike. Flighted delivery this time. Plays nicely on the leg side. A dot to finish. So 2 maidens on the trot from Bipin. 12 completed. 23 with the loss of 4. And we have to see if Nepal can capitalize here. Not the best deliveries to start off. It's been given as a wide. We'll have to see if he can adjust better. Bhutan need 336 runs to win. That's a long way off. Right now, it's all about survival. Shubham has come back better after that first wide. And I think he'll fancy his chances against someone like Incho. Didn't have a good day. Once again, we can see that he's trying to play that on the leg side, but so far he's not been able to execute it nicely. Both these batters will be very nervous out there, and the only thing that can keep their stay longer is their defense. Oh, that's well bowled again. But look at how solidly behind that one is Encho. We've often seen Bhutan really just going inside a shell and not trying to score anything if that's what is required. Another dot ball. Flighted delivery and trying to play that on the offside. If I am the captain of Nepal, definitely I'm bringing in that short cover and a short mid wicket. It doesn't matter if they get a few runs, but there's really an opportunity to pick up a few wickets here because the batters have looked tentative. 13 overs completed, 24 runs with a loss of 4. And so far, we're seeing that picture, that similar approach from Bhutan, that after a loss of a few wickets, they start playing very defensively. And the very dangerous Bipin to continue. I wonder when he starts to feel like he can bring in a few fielders closing inside, because so far it's not been easy to play the spin of these two spinners. We were talking about it, and so far that is exactly what has happened. We've been trying to do something different here. And that's close, that is close, but umpire is not in favor. I have just deviating down the leg side, so suddenly another chance almost presented itself. Sonam is yet to get off the mark, and also Kencho, but they're not really concerned about that. Almost picked up a wicket there, really. Rash looking shot there, but this is definitely a test of patience for Sonam Wangchuk. Bhutan have done that on a couple of occasions in previous outings. They've batted the full 50 overs when they were looking like they'll be bundled out. And today it looks like it will be another day if the body language of Nepal is not quickly uplifted. Bipin is yet to concede a single run. This is his third over, one delivery remaining to complete it. And nicely done. So 3 maidens on the trot from Bipin Prasad. 14 overs completed, 24 with a loss of 4. And I believe that definitely should start bringing in close fielders. And we have a change in the bowling. Leg spinner is introduced, and it looks like they are continuing with the same approach. Sonam Wangchuk has yet to open his account after facing 17 deliveries. Kencho also hasn't scored anything of the bat, and that's a loose delivery, really. Not the best effort in the field either. But you got to start wondering if the approach is something we have to talk about. So far, Bhutan, whenever a few wickets fall, we have seen this before, that they really stop playing any kind of shots. They just want to play out the 50 overs, and for that, they are happy to just let go of the chase and play some defensive cricket. Another dot ball. Trying to cut that one away once again. No opportunities. Sachin Balla starts well, hasn't given away any runs. And once again, we are seeing that similar sort of a fashion of cricket from Bhutan. Real lack of intent missing here. This time a googly. Starts off with a maiden. 15 overs completed. It's 24 for the loss of 4 wickets. And Nepal are really just trying to find a bowler who can pick out a few more wickets here. And Bipin to continue. Is yet to concede a run. He's bowled all maidens. And looks like the batters of Bhutan are not really keen in changing that. They're happy to just play defensive strokes and just trying to last the 50 overs. This is the type of cricket that they have played throughout. And Bipin Prasad is also not attacking. I think if he's reading in the same way that I am, it's quite evident and it's quite clear that Bhutan is not really going after any kind of runs. So why not just bring in a catching cover and a catching shot mid wicket? We've seen that from Myanmar as well. Myanmar were attacking in their game. They brought in close in fielders and they attacked throughout, especially against Maldives the other day. They knew that Maldives were not willing to play attacking shots and they capitalized on it. But in this, we're seeing a conventional approach, but sometimes you got to start thinking out of the box. And once again, another maiden. So 4 maiden overs from Bipin. And after the completion of 16, it's still 24 with a loss of 4. And we got to start wondering if the right plan should be to attack more or maybe change the bowlers slightly, because the approach is very clear. Bhutan is not really going for any kind of runs here. Starts off with a good delivery this time, just turning enough, and the batter going on to the back foot but missing it completely. So far 18 deliveries for Kencho and 23 for Sonam, and they haven't scored anything yet. That's it. That was the googly. He's cleaned him up right through the defense, and much needed breakthrough for Nepal, because Bhutan were really trying to just play defensive about it and not really going after anything. And you have to give credit to Sachin. He knew that the batter is trying to read him as a leg spinner, and at the right moment, I think he changed it up, and that was the googly. So went right through the defense, and that has led to the departure of Kencho. So Bhutan find themselves halfway lost at this chase. Half of the side is back at the pavilion, and from here on, we'll have to see how Nepal can really try to just go about this innings, because this will be a bowling practice for them. They have already qualified, and in this match, if they can really find some bowlers who can pick up wickets when the batters are not really allowing them to, that will help them really progress into the final and the semi-final with a better mindset. With that, we have to say that Sachin Balla bowled a very good delivery. It was difficult to pick his googly from the usual leg spinner that he was bowling in his first over. And we have to see how the batters try to go through his overs. Leg spinners really have a tendency to pick up wickets from nowhere. And we see a leg slip in alongside 2 traditional slip fielders. But I'm still wondering why they can't just bring in a short mid wicket and a short cover. Here's the 3rd delivery. This time does well. I think it was another googly. So the batters now will be mindful that this bowler is not just taking the ball away from the right hander, but occasionally he can bring it in as well. Suzang Dawa, he was very expensive with the ball in hand today. And going after wild shot here. Done. 2 more deliveries remaining in this over. Maybe, just maybe, bowl that top spinner from somewhere and try to go through the defense. Rocks back on the back foot and plays with soft hand, another dot ball. Last ball of this over coming in. So far, Sachin Balla is yet to concede a run as well. Oh, what an effort. Full marks for effort there for Sachin Balla. of his own bowling, jumped up in the air and tried to catch that. Finishes off with a dot. It's 17 with the loss of 5 for Bhutan. They scored 24 runs. Bipin to continue. And will that be the first run? Not really. Bipin yet to concede a single run in his spell so far. But once again, we're seeing that the fielders are not attacking. He's called in the second slip now. And that is well bowled. Couple of dot deliveries to begin. So he's picked up those 3 wickets in his very first over, and since then he's not conceded any runs, and neither has he picked up any more wickets. He'll be eyeing his fifer again, and if he does that, it will be 2 on the dot. I'm still wondering if the batters are defensive in that kind of fashion. Why can't they just bring in a few catchers? Is that very late? And this time, close. That should be an appeal. We have to wait for the decision. Yes, he's safe. So with that, Bipin Prasad concedes his first run. So far, it was looking absolutely magical. He was not going for any. Now that he's gone for a run, maybe he'll start feeling more competitive and maybe try to pick up a wicket. It's that man Sonam Wanchuk who's off the mark. He scored 1 of 27 deliveries. Now Bipin Prasad has a chance to bowl at Shizang Dawa. Shizang Dawa, the leg spinner, was expensive when it was his turn with the ball in hand. Now he's here facing Bipin. And just trying to work through his defense. About to finish. It's 18 overs completed, 25 with a loss of 5. Leg spin to continue. Starts off with a good delivery. He's bowling to Sonam Wanchuk. Sonam Wanchuk is not really trying to do absolutely anything. He's just going and defending at about everything. Just going down the leg side. That was a good ball. And he's trying to exploit some flaw in his defense. But so far, full marks for the defensive cricket. If Bhutan wants to forget that they have a chase in mind. And this is close. This is definitely close. Huge appeal. And umpire not in favor. Quite an interesting decision. For a moment, I thought that it might just be given in favor of the bowler. Strong appeal. But a very good delivery, nevertheless. Sonam Wanchuk is trying to just hold on to one end. Once again, well bowled, just playing at the very last moment. Two more deliveries remaining from Sachin Balla. Beautifully done once again. Okay, Sona one strike just outside this off stump and another defensive stroke. 19 overs completed, 25 with a loss of 5. And with that, it looks like the players are having a drinks. So we'll take a short break and come back with live action. Live action after that drinks break. And looks like it will be the captain of Nepal to continue with the ball in hand, Bipin. Sona Wangchuk is out there. He's faced 1 of 33. And Chazeng Jawa is yet to get off the mark. He's faced 6 deliveries. All nicely played in the air with that one. And good running between the wickets. So a little bit of intent finally on display from the batters. Bipin will not be happy considering that he was bowling well and he thought that the momentum is truly with him. But suddenly we see a shot from Chazeng Dawa. 2 of 7 now. Trying to follow him, but in the end defends it nicely. Sighted delivery and just over the top of the bowler's head. Another dot ball. Flighted once again, trying to play it on the leg side. Another dot ball. So nothing really happening out here. We're looking for some intent from Bhutan. On the other hand, Nepal is also happy to just contain them. We'll have to see if there is that one good delivery which can pick up a wicket, just like the leg spinner did on that last outing. Suddenly, that googly went right through the defense and picked up that middle stump. But so far, what we're seeing from Nepal is just some wicket to wicket line and length. Flighted delivery this time, ball went in the air. Another single. We're looking at a little bit of a drizzle out there, and Nepal will definitely be mindful of it. To want to really pick up a wicket here and push Bhutan on the very back foot. A defense to finish. 20 overs completed. It's 28 runs with a loss of 5. We'll have to wait and see if the rain gets heavier here. The groundsmen are ready. Leg spin to continue. And the keeper has no idea where the ball went. Really should have been a better effort with the ball and definitely by the keeper. Actually, it was a good delivery. It missed out completely the batter as well as the wicket keeper. So, creating a bit of confusion. I think that's 4 byes. So, Sachin will not be too upset with that. And he's now bowling to Sejang Dawa. As you can see, once again in the air, and I'm starting to really question this captaincy from Bipin because so far, 2 batters who have really tried to just be defensive about everything has been playing some shots in the air and they don't really have a catching mid wicket and a catching cover. So that's what is very interesting to me and something that is questionable. Sejang Dawa and Sonam Wangchuk are out there. Dawa has scored 3 of 13 and Sonam Wangchuk 1 of 34. So they've played quite a few deliveries within themselves. And Sachin Balla's leg spin has gotten him a wicket. But otherwise, I think they're looking very slow and steady out there. Nothing really fancy, nothing really exceptional being going on. He's not happy with his gear. So just having a change of that. Now he's back. Zhangdawa scored 3 of 13, so he's at least looked to score some runs. Here's Sachin Balla continuing. Just trying to guide that towards the offside, another dot ball. Trying to go for a big hit, but not in any control. So Sachin Balla is yet to concede a run in terms of the batters. None of them have really gotten anything off the bat against him yet. 2 more deliveries remaining. And ball is in the air. But once again, the fielder is a few steps behind. So the ball drops in short of him. Last delivery now. Again, Shizang Dawa. This is well played. Another dot to finish of the 21st. It's 32 with the loss of 5. And Bipin is continuing. He's bowled many overs on the trot here today. Nepal really not being able to close out this innings. This time nicely played on the offside, but once again not being able to pierce the gap. This time slower through the air, so mixing his pace nicely. And just away from the fielder, chance at the bowler's end, but not quite gathered. And waits for that one and finishes off that over from Bipin. 22 overs completed, 32 with the loss of 5. Leg spin to continue. After 22 overs, Bhutan are in some sort of trouble if they can consider themselves to be in, because the fall of wickets have been quite brutal and Nepal bowlers have seized the control in this chase. Oh, look at that. There was an outside edge that picked up by the bowler, but once again, keeper not the slip really going after that. Disappointing, really. Batter will be happy that he's gotten a boundary of that one. But what's truly been puzzling is the approach of the batter of Sonam Wangchuk and Sejong Dawa. Yes, you want to bat with a lot of time in a crisis situation, but there has to be some intent. This is a chase of 353, and it's not a 4 or a 5 day test match. His ultra defensive approach is really piling a lot of pressure on Bhutan as well, and this approach has been widely criticized by experts around. And this kind of approach doesn't really help the scoreboard as well. While I say that, there's a slot that has been played in the air, and this is quite interesting to see. At least Sejong Dawa is really trying to up the scoring, and that's something we have to appreciate. At this rate, Bhutan aren't just losing wickets, they're also losing rhythm and belief. So, with the approach of Sejong Dawa, at least they have something to look upon. Once again, the keeper lets another go. This has not been a good performance by the wicketkeeper of Nepal. A few boundaries have been picked up by Bhutan from that side. So quite disappointing when it comes to wicket keeping today. Once again, a big shot attempted. And once again, a chase is on. So this is turning out to be a very good over for Bhutan. Finally, we see a shift in the momentum. The wicketkeeper of Nepal, Shivans, has batted well today. He scored 54 runs, but right now he's missed out on a few opportunities to keep the wickets nicely. And that will be a soft dismissal, I think. It will be a run out, it seems like. We have to wait for confirmation. Yes, definitely looks like it. Looks like they were trying to sneak in another run, and there was some confusion out there. And eventually, this partnership is finally broken. But I think Bhutan will feel that the fault was there because, of course, the striker called for it immediately, and the non-striker decided not to just have a go at that one. So this was looking like a good partnership. 13 runs were scored on the board, and now it is the fall of a wicket. I'll give you confirmation that who's run out because of the throw at the keeper's end. And we see the continuation of left arm spin. Once again, another defense. Fuller delivery this time in the air, but once again that catching fielder not quite there, and the ball falls short of the fielder. And Shubham once again has started nicely. So it is the fall of that wicket by a run out. Sonam Wangchuк is the batter who's been dismissed. So his long stay at the crease has come to an end. One of 40 deliveries. That is why we were criticizing that approach. Does this really help? If you score one of 40 and then you're run out, and even then in that run out you felt that he did not really have the intention of going at it. So that's really something that we have to discuss. Like we see, Shashank Dawa is really turning it on here. He's also played another boundary. So he is not going to die wondering, and that's better because if you just want to score some runs, at least you're taking your team closer to the target and not just dying wondering. So much better from Shashank Dawa. We know that he did not have the best of days with the ball in hand, but so far he's been the best batter, definitely. When it comes to approach or just the score, he's done a good job. Yes, you don't really have to hit everything, but we don't want to see the batters going in an absolute shell. So there has to be a good balance between the aggressive intent as well as some proper batting prowess. End of a good over. It's 24 overs completed, 48 runs on the board with a loss of 6 wickets. Pipin comes back to bowl another. He's already bowled 7 overs, and he starts off by pitching one just outside the off stump. Here's a chance to bowl to Tenzin Lode. Tenzin Lode is another batter who can really bat long. We'll have to see the approach. Coming on the offside this time, just allowing the ball. We played on the leg side, but eventually did not the connection he wanted. He did not get the connection. So it's another dot ball. Once again, just trying to get that one, but still unsure if it carried cleanly. Nevertheless, another dot ball. Tenzin Lode on strike. Nicely played this time. He was quite good with the ball in hand today. And now he's partnering Shizang Dawa, who's batted quite well. Walk across the crease. Chance there, but just falls short once again. So the fielders are just watching the ball fall in no man's land on multiple occasions here. And that's been one thing that the captain of Nepal really want to improve on. His field placement has not quite been up to par. The bowling has been good. They've created chances. He himself has created multiple chances. But on occasion, the ball is really just landing on places where there's no fielder. And he should be more observant in the way that these two batters are playing. So halfway stage in terms of the number of overs bowled, 25 completed. It's 49 runs with a loss of 6 for Bhutan. And once again, they're trying to build out a partnership. Sachin Balla to continue. And beautifully done. That is what was required. Shezang Dawa was batting well, but he was caught up in his crease, and that one went just straight through. So once again, it is that man, Sachin Balla, who's been rewarded due to some good bowling. Looks like the batter is Tenzin Lode, who's dismissed. Yes, nicely bowled, definitely well pitched, and just did enough to pick up that middle and off. And another batter is working out to the middle. The wicket keeper of Bhutan, it seems, he's played a good hand the other day, but once again, that intent was missing from him the other day. Played too many dot balls and did not really think of scoring. So we'll have to wait and see if he does something different here today or not. His partner is Shizang Dawa, who's looked to just attack a bit. On the other hand, his other teammates have not really gone after the bowling. 3 slips in, all of them should be quite attentive. They have definitely spilled a few chances here. Sachin Balla has 4 more deliveries to bowl at the new batter, and everything is on the offside. I would just feel the necessity of having a short mid wicket in play. And a good delivery this time, a hint of movement, just enough turn, and batter just tried to have a go at that. User is the wicket keeping batter of Bhutan, was just walked out to the crease, faced a couple of deliveries quite tentatively, but we know that he can spend a long time at the crease. We'll have to see how this goes from here. Good looking defense, and 2 more deliveries remaining in this over. Sachin Balla will be mindful that Uzair is very defensive. He's sometimes ultra defensive in his approach. So he needs to do something different to just get through that. So demonstrating exactly that. Just going to the pitch of the ball. And I think what Sachin Balla needs to do is he needs to just prepare and set him for that googly by bowling a few leg spinners. End of the over this one. It's 26 completed, 49 with a loss of 7. Bipin to continue. And after that first over, which was so spectacular, it's just taken that step off the pedal, it seems. Not really been too aggressive since then. Considered just 5, so it's been economical. Oh, that's what has happened. Just now, when I was speaking that he's not picking up wickets, he's done exactly that. And it is that man, Shazang Dawa. His good hand comes to an end. It's 14 of 32. And that is the fall of the 8th wicket. So a good job from Bipin Prasad. And we know that what he can do is very close to another milestone here. He needs to pick up just that one. So let's see. He doesn't have too many overs left. Let's see if we can peak the fifer. Slog sweepers attempted. I think it was there. Just missed it on that occasion. Nevertheless, the intent was there from Shazang Dawa. Pipin to continue. That's much better. Just getting the shape in right. After this, he'll just have one more over. So Pipin will be aware of that. And he'll just try to pick up one more wicket in this 3 deliveries. I think that's what will be in his mind. That's a bit too quick. And Kinley is the new batter out there. A spinner himself, so he knows how to negotiate it, I hope. It's done well. And once again, a very good defense from Kinley. One more delivery remaining so far. Bipin Prasad, 4 wickets, given away just 5 runs. But he has his work cut off. He wants to pick up one more. Mixed it up nicely with that one. A dot to finish. 27 overs completed. It's 49 with a loss of 8. Leg spin to continue. And that was the googly, so it's a good setup for Pata here. 29 overs gone before this, 27 overs rather, gone before this delivery, and Bhutan are hanging by a thread. 49 for 8. It's been a complete disarray of batting performance by Bhutan. And with the ball, the spinners have been ruthless and relentless, as we know that Nepal can be. Kinley and User are both new to the crease, both yet to score. And the body language says it all. That's well bowled once again, just beating that outside edge. No real intent and no try or attempt to form up a good partnership. The main issue is that other than Dawa, no one really came out with an intent to score runs. That's the problem for them. It's been an one-sided demolition from 23 for 1 to 49 for 8, really. Credit to Nepal. They've bowled in tight channels, they've stayed patient, and they have allowed the pressure to just get onto the head of the Bhutan batters. That's well done, and the batter is just safe to be out there. It was another googly. 2 more deliveries remaining, and Sachin Bhatta has actually bowled quite well. He's picked up 2 wickets, given away just the 12 runs. And the best thing about him is that he's picked up a wicket when things were not looking like they will be too easy for Nepal. When the batters were playing quite defensively, he managed to just get through the defense. So that's why this is an impressive spell of bowling from Sachin Bhatta. and that will be Bipin into the attack for the last time today. This is the last over of his spell. That's deviating down the leg side, and it's been given a wide. 28 overs have been completed. It's 50 with a loss of 8. And Bipin trying to pick up one more wicket and pick up a fifer. If he does, this will be his second fifer, and 2 in 2 matches. Nepal started with their fast bowlers. Suyog 5 overs, picked up 1 wicket, and Bipin Prasad Sharma, the captain, has picked up 4 wickets in his 9 overs before this. He's given away 6 runs. Sachin Bhatta has bowled 7 overs and he's picked up 2 wickets, given away 13 runs. So wickets are not coming for Bipin Prasad, it seems. He'll be finishing his spell with 4 because Uze is very good with defense. And that's once again deviating down the leg side. Perhaps just trying to shoot that one into the stump. And that's why missing his line in the process. And there was a leading edge. This time, once again, no shot cover. That has happened multiple times, and I think this is why we have to give credit to an emerging team like Myanmar. They have attacked Maldives when Maldives were going for defensive strokes and picked up wickets from fielding positions like short cover and short mid wicket. Bipin Prasad Sharma has been very good with the ball in hand, but on occasions we have seen that he's been too conventional with his field setups. Sometimes it's important to just do something different. With that, he finishes off his spell. He's just picked up 4 wickets and given away only 7 runs. So it's once again a very good spell of bowling from Bipin, nevertheless. And 29 overs completed. It's 52 with the loss of 8. The leg spinner to continue. Once again, he needs to really produce that one different delivery. Yes, so far, Kinley has also been happy to just play defensively. That's nicely done. Getting a leading edge on the leg side this time. And it will be good for a single. And he's sending Kinley deeper and deeper into the crease. Kinley today has shown that he can negotiate spin quite well. That's nicely guided, but full stop by the slip fielder. Another dot ball. Driven on the offside, but not finding the gap. Kinley at the moment is 2 of 9. End of 30 overs, it's 54 with a loss of 8. There is some confusion by someone out there in the middle. I think it's regarding Bipin Prasad Sharma. He's already bowled his quota of 10 overs and he started off bowling another one. So I think that is why the umpires have stopped play. And the boundary is signaled of the first ball. So quite interesting. How do you go about it from here? Will it be counted of that one ball of Bipin, or is it counted of the one ball of new spinner, or will it be signaled a no ball? Still have to wait and watch what is the official decision. There is confusion out there. And looks like the umpire had decided to just call it off as a dead ball. And we start things off with Shubham come back into the attack. The left arm spin of Shubham has gone quite well for Nepal in the other outings. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet. Bipin Prasad Sharma finishes his 10 overs, given away just 4 runs. And so far, it's Jose. He hasn't looked like he wants to up the scoring. He's 1 of 19 deliveries. So exactly going in the same fashion he's batted in the other innings. Doesn't really think of scoring much. Just wants to spend some time out there in the middle. Exactly. So that's one approach that really is something they need to work on, because of course staying at the wicket is very important, but if you don't score any, then that doesn't serve the purpose really, does it? Two slips in, 3 slips in rather, and just now one moves away. One more delivery remaining in this over, and now the defense. End of the over from Shubham. 31 overs completed, 54 with a loss of 8. And with that, we see Abhay come back into the attack. And I think there will be only one thing in his mind, that is to just bowl at the stump and look for that Yorker. Jose has not really tried to do anything. He's faced 23 deliveries and just scored that single. Kinley, on the other hand, 2 runs of 10 deliveries. And let's see if he can execute that perfect Yorker. And he does that. This is a good delivery. And this is the kind of delivery that if the batter makes any kind of mistake, if he's late or if he misses that, he will definitely be out. So let's see if he can break through the defense of Kinley here. Abhay Yadav so far has given 9 runs. This is a better captaincy from Bipin to bring back Asima. Oh, that's down the leg side. That will be a wide. Sometimes trying to execute a Yorker, you can make that mistake. We can understand that. On the other hand, Kinley can really try to get some score going, because it's 55. They'll eventually fall short of the score, but if they can just take the score slightly towards that target, it will at least boost their morale. It will boost their confidence. That's length, no fit movement. You don't expect that from a tail ender, so you can be a little bit relaxed with Kinley here. On the other hand, Abhay so far has not been able to bowl that Yorker except that first one, which was well negotiated by Kinley. And here's Abhay once again slightly away on the off stump and also is pitched it on the full, not the Yorker. That really hasn't been quite threatening to the batter. So far done well. Bhutan still need 304 runs to win, so I don't think the batters out there are really thinking of that right now. Eventually, they're just trying to delay the inevitable. They're trying to bat as deep as possible. Leading edge this time, and the ball is traveling. Kinley will say that he has done that intentionally. He's picked up a boundary here, and he'll say that he knew exactly what he was doing. On the other hand, Abhay will feel that right after coming back into the attack, he's considered a boundary. And this is much better. At least some kind of score for Bhutan. They have scored 59 runs. Kinley has scored 6 of 14. And once again, a poor delivery down the leg side. So Abhay Yadav, not really the bowler that the captain wanted at this stage. He was trusting him to bowl a Yorker, to bowl at the stump, but so far the control has been missing. So he was brought into the attack after a long break, and perhaps the captain thought that maybe, just maybe, he can pick up a wicket here. But so far that hasn't been the case. And short of a length here. Gets it carried to the wicketkeeper for another dot ball. Kinley so far has done his job. He has not played any false strokes. He's picked up a boundary, in fact, and still batting out there. Scored 6 of 15. And here's Abhay with the last ball of this over. An appeal there, but umpire not in favour. So a dot to finish. It's 60 with the loss of 8. And fast bowlers to continue from both ends then. The left arm seamer trying to just pick up a wicket here. Let's see if he can execute a Yorker, and especially against someone like Uzair, it will not be easy because he's not really thinking of anything right now except for just having a bat to bowl. And that kind of an intention, it becomes very difficult for bowlers to pick up wickets unless it's a very good delivery. Looks like the light drizzle is getting a little bit heavier, and it's already 32 overs completed, so interesting to see if there is a pause in the play to come back. Suyog is coming around over the wicket this time, nicely guided. Will field it at backward of point. Another dot ball. Suyog in his 5.2 has given away just 12 runs. Bhutan need 299 runs to win, so the margin have been brought down. And that's it. Let's clean him up. just shaping away from the right-hander and pitched it in the right area, and that brings the fall of Uzair. So just one more wicket remaining, and looks like umpire has signaled the call of cover. Not really, they've called in play. I think one of the player is injured, so they won't be coming out to bat. And as you can see, that was a fuller delivery on the leg stump, just did enough to pick that off stump. And with that, the last recognized batter is out, and the players are just shaking hands. So the batting innings of Bhutan comes to an end at the score of 60. Suyog has picked up a couple of wickets, and this will be considered a very big win for Nepal here. After putting in quite a show with the bat, Nepal managed to score 358 runs. The target was 359. Bhutan came out to bat, and it was the way they usually go about their innings. They started off well, and a couple of wickets fell quickly. And since then, when the spinners were introduced, that's been the typical story for Nepal, hasn't it? Bipin Prasad Sharma, 10 overs, picked up 4 wickets, and Sachin Bhatta was brilliant, 8 overs with his leg spin, given away 15 and picked up 2. And Suyog has cleared the tail as well, is 5.4 going for 12 and picked up 2. With that, they have restricted Bhutan to the score of 60, and in the end winning by a very big margin. So Nepal comes out victorious. They're undefeated in this tournament so far. They have definitely won everything, and they've won quite convincingly. With that, we come to the end of the match from here. So thank you for staying with us. I'm Abra Hussain. I'll be taking your leave, and hopefully we'll come back with more interesting contest. So stay tuned and stay with us. Thank you very much.